Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You can see and hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Before we hear from Mr. Christou, I should just say that we will be having the usual fire alarm at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
As usual, I propose we just sit through that.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. If I can call Mr. Christou.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to take that in your right hand and then repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
And the whole truth.
And nothing but
and
the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Okay, if you'd like to sit down.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please, could you state your full name?
Richard Christou.
Mr. Christou, thank you very much for attending the inquiry today, and thank you for the 2 witness statements that you have provided. I want to turn to those first. You should have a bundle of documents in front of you. Could I ask you to open that and have the first witness statement in front of you?
I do.
Thank you. Is that dated the 20th of March 2023?
Yes.
And that, for the record, that has unique reference number WITN 03840100. Could I ask you please to turn to page 29?
Yes.
Is that your signature?
It is.
Could I ask you then to turn to your second witness statement, dated the 9th of May 2024?
Yes.
And for the record, that is reference number WITN 03840200. Now, before I ask to turn to your signature, there's one correction I believe you want to make, which is at page, page 21. Paragraph 103.
That's correct.
I'll just wait for that to come up on the display.
It's oh.
There we are.
Right.
So as I understand it, it's the last sentence of paragraph 103, and the correction should be in Schedule A02 to change the paragraph number to 4.1.8.
That's correct.
And is it the same for Schedule A4?
Yes.
Thank you. With that correction in mind, could I ask you please to turn to page 27 of your statement?
The second witness statement.
The second witness statement, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Is that your signature?
Yes.
And are the contents of both of those statements taken together true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That now, those witness statements now stand as evidence in the inquiry. They will be published on the website in due course. I have some questions for you about them, but not all issues that you raise within them. I want to look at an exhibit in your witness statement first, if I may. That's, if we can bring up the first statement, please, and page 30.
Page. I'm looking at the wrong statement. So.
Yes, it will be on the screen shortly as well. So this is a CV that you've annexed to your witness statement. if we could go to the bottom of the page, please. We see that you qualified as a solicitor in 1969.
Yes.
And thereafter, from 1970 to 1990, you held various roles in the companies listed on the middle column.
Yes.
Now, of those roles, were you acting as a in-house solicitor for, where it says legal advisor, is that akin to in-house solicitor?
Yes.
And we see from 1982 the two roles you had, first with STC Telecommunications and then with Solid Glass UK Limited, you acted as company secretary.
That's correct.
And then finally, from 1987 to 1990, it says Director, Commercial and Legal Affairs at STC PLC. Was that did you sit on the board of that company?
No, it was what I describe as a courtesy title.
That can come down, thank you. I want to now look at your roles from 1990 onwards, and from that point you worked within the ICL group.
Yes.
And when you joined in 1990, I understand that Fujitsu, I'll just use the single term without going into the precise legal entities, but Fujitsu was a majority shareholder in the ICL group.
Yes.
And ICL at that time continued to have its own branding as ICL.
Correct.
But in 2002, the brand changed from ICL to Fujitsu.
Yes.
Could we look, please, in your second statement at page 3, paragraph 10?
Yes.
So it's been some time since the inquiry's considered the corporate structure for Fujitsu, so I think it's helpful to go over it. You helpfully here set out the key or relevant companies within the ICL group and at paragraphs A to E. On the left with the name before the change of brand in 2002, and on the right when it became a Fujitsu branded company.
That's correct, yes.
So at the top of the corporate pyramid, as it were, we have ICL PLC, which was the ultimate holding company for the group.
Yes.
And we see that became Fujitsu Services Holdings PLC in 2002.
Yes.
Beneath that at B, there's International Computers Limited, which was a wholly owned subsidiary of ICL PLC.
Correct.
International Computers Limited carried out ICL Group's UK operations. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that became Fujitsu Services Ltd,
Yes, yes.
which is now or from roughly 2002 onwards, became the contracting party for the Horizon contract.
Yeah, precisely in April 2003 is when the change was made, but yes, now it is.
Thank you.
Yes.
2003, sorry, you're quite right. What we see at C is ICL Pathway Limited. Now, Pathway, when the Horizon programme was being tendered for, that it was referred to as the Pathway programme.
Yes.
And ICL Pathway Limited was set up as a company in order to tender for and deal with the Pathway programme.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
And that in itself was a wholly owned subsidiary of International Computers Limited.
It started off as a consortium. There were two other shareholders. From recollection, it was Gyro Bank and De La Rue. But shortly after, I think about a year after, 1996 maybe, ICL and the other two consortium members parted company, quite amicably, and it then became a wholly owned subsidiary of of International Computers Limited.
And I think you're quite right. The De La Rue and Gyro Bank consortium was a sort of historic interest, being a PFI deal initially. For today's purposes, from '96 onwards, wholly owned by ICL,
Correct.
International Computers Limited.
Correct.
Thank you. And the final company that we see there is D, the ICL Global Investments Limited. Now, I understand that that was a subsidiary of the overall parent company, ICL PLC.
That's correct.
And ICL Global Investments Limited dealt with the ICL Group's non-UK business.
That's correct.
Let's turn then to look at your roles. You were appointed as Director of Commercial and Legal Affairs of International Computers Limited in 1990.
Yes.
We don't need to turn it up, but in your first witness statement, paragraph 5, page 2, you say that you were responsible for the provision of legal and commercial advice in connection with the participation of the ICL Group in the tender for the Horizon IT system.
Yes, that's correct.
So in that role, and when dealing with the tendering process and the Horizon IT system, which teams reported to you?
Only legal personnel, no other persons at that stage. There would have been some commercial people as well, but that's all. There were no operational people reporting to me at all.
And do you recall who operational people reported to?
They would have reported either directly or indirectly, and I think directly to Keith Todd at that stage.
And could you explain where Keith Todd sat in relation to you in the management structure?
I reported to Keith Todd. He was the chief executive.
Now, at that stage, were you part of any management or executive committees within International Computers Limited?
There was a Fujitsu, it would have been ICL at that stage, ICL, the management committee, I suppose you'd call it, which met once a week, and all of the reports of the chief executive would sit round the table and you discuss whatever matters came up.
And for the purpose of those management committees, was there a hard-line difference between, say, ICL PLC and International Computers Limited?
I don't think people thought of it like that.
say with trepidation that I think that's the end of
We
it.
can carry on.
Just for clarity, I was asking you about management committees,
Right.
and the question I asked before we had the fire alarm was there a hardline difference between the management committees of, say, ICL PLC and International Computers Limited?
As I said, I don't think people thought of it like that. If you look at the composition of that management committee, the people on it, of which I was one, were probably called director of this and director of that, but none of them, except the chief executive, was on the board of ICL PLC. So in that sense, yes, there was a hard line, I suppose. You could call it a hard line between them. But whatever went on there, it was the chief executive's job in due course, as a member of the board, to produce his report to the board.
So in your role, you would attend the management committee?
Yes.
Every week. You weren't a member of the board of ICL PLC?
No.
But you might be asked to. Would you be asked to attend on occasion?
I actually can't recall an occasion when I was asked to attend.
I've asked there about management committees of ICL PLC and International Computers Limited. What about ICL Pathway Limited? Did that have a separate management structure?
That had a separate management structure because obviously it was originally set up as a consortium agreement. They had their board, and it was managed, I suppose, quite a lot in the early stages via the board. The chief executive would report to that board, but in practice, the chief executive reported to, well, he was called managing director, reported to the chief executive of ICL, who would have been Keith Todd.
Would that mean the managing director of ICL Pathway Limited came to the management committee meetings which you attended for International Computers?
Frankly speaking, I can't recall, but I don't think so. But I don't recall actually seeing him at a meeting.
And whilst you were in your position as the Director of Legal and Commercial, did you attend the board meetings of ICL Pathway Limited?
Yes, I did.
Can you recall who else attended those board meetings, in particular, who from an IT background or an operational background attended?
Let's think. The only one that springs to mind, well, of course, there was the managing director of Pathway, who was then Mr. Bennett. I think Mr. Coombs attended as well. I don't recall any other operational people. Mostly it was a board originally with some of the representatives of Gyrobank and De La Rue, and they actually stopped on for some time afterwards because there were subcontracts with them.
To turn then to your, well, before I do that actually, I should say, in your first statement, you go into, as requested by the inquiry, an amount of detail in relation to the benefits agency withdrawing from the agreement. Those were phase 2 issues that I don't propose to cover with you today.
Right.
You became acting chief executive and shortly after chief executive of ICL PLC in 2000.
That's correct, yes.
And whilst you were chief executive, I understand you were also a director of International Computers Limited.
When I was chief executive, I would have been a director of ICL PLC in that sense. I mean, nobody really looked at International Computers Limited as a separate company, whether it's correct or not. It was, if you like, all mixed together. And the board that was, if you like, controlling the whole thing was the board of ICL plc. And yes, I would have sat on that when I was chief executive as a board member.
In terms of the responsibility for overseeing the Horizon IT system, at the time you became chief executive in 2000, and at board level, was that a responsibility of ICL Pathway Limited, ICL PLC, or both?
I think at different levels it was both, because clearly ICL Pathway was executing the contract and looking at it on obviously a day-to-day basis, hourly probably. But ICL PLC, obviously as the ultimate board, had responsibility for the whole business, including Pathway, or Horizon, I'm sorry.
It's quite a broad question, but would you say that the identification, analysis, and management of risk is important to the running of a company?
Of course it is.
And, excuse me, would you accept that ICL PLC, or the board of ICL PLC, was responsible for overseeing how the group or the company, either ICL PLC or ICL Pathway Limited, identified, analysed and managed risk?
Only in the broadest sense.
Could you expand on that, please?
Yes, sure. If you look at a company the size of this, it is not possible for every level of detail to be surfaced to the board. If every single document about every single contract was surfaced to the board, they would not have time or capacity to understand it or to consider it even. So what is necessary is a filter system whereby overall the board has to be satisfied, and this is what I've described in the second witness statement, that there are flows of information in place, but one has to manage by exception, and people further down in the organisation, in this case the managing director and the other responsible people in Pathway, had to deal with day-to-day matters, and levels of a certain granularity, complexity would not come to the board. The board would have certain reports and they will be satisfied with the overall conduct of the business, but precise details, no.
The filters you've described, presumably the purpose of those is to ensure that any serious matters that ought to have the attention of the board, either of ICL Pathway Limited or ICL PLC, ensure that those significant issues make it to the board?
Yes, I think that's correct. I mean, saying ensure they reach the board, provided people further down operate the system properly, then they will reach the board. There were issues that were serious. In my second witness statement, I refer to the red alert system, and those things did come to the board. So certain details would not have come to the board because they were too complex, technical, and too detailed.
Would you accept that as chief executive, you had a responsibility to exercise care to see that those filters were working properly and people in the lower down executive levels were filtering information up appropriately?
I'd accept that I had responsibility to set up the systems. A lot of those systems were already set up before I became chief executive. One has to delegate, and delegation in the organisation requires that people further down make those decisions. It's necessary to see that appropriate personnel are appointed, and at various levels that is always done. I should point out that all of our employees are required through the HR system to go through assessments as to capability, etc., on a regular basis, and these are filtered up, and if there were any concerns about the competence of a person, the next level of management would have dealt with it. So I think overall I'm responsible, and I accept that, for setting up the systems, but it's people lower down in the organisation who have to operate them.
That's talking about responsibility for ensuring things are working. I want to ask a slightly different question about accountability. Would you accept that as chief executive, you were ultimately accountable for the operations of the ICL group?
I don't accept that. That's too broad.
In terms of your accountability then for the ICL group and its operations, what would you say your level of accountability was?
What I was responsible for was that, as so far as possible, to see that the operations of ICL were carried out legally, were carried out profitably, and to report to my shareholders, Fujitsu Ltd, various issues insofar as it was necessary. If you mean that I was responsible for the miscarriage of justice, then I don't accept that. It's not to mitigate the miscarriage of justice, I hasten to add. I think it's a gross miscarriage of justice. I really feel for the sub-postmasters and the postmasters who are involved, but talking about accountability is a different matter. And certainly I knew nothing about it.
We'll come back to specific facts as we go. Before moving on to look at the restructure, I just want to ask, when you were chief executive, who did you report to?
I would first have apart from the board, in actual fact, I reported to a Mr. Naruto in Tokyo. He was a very senior member of the Fujitsu Ltd board, and he was the person who oversaw the purchase of ICL by Fujitsu in 1990. After that, I reported to a Mr. Kurokawa, who was later president of Fujitsu, and I reported to him for a long time. And following that, I would have reported to the next president and the next president.
And in terms of, as chief exec, your reporting lines, who reported to you directly, who had responsibility for the oversight of the Horizon IT system?
Right. Very initially, and I'm talking about the 2000, Mike Stairs, I presume, he reported to me. From July 2001, a chief operations officer, Mr. David Courtley, was appointed. And from then on, he was responsible for all of the operations within in ICL, as it was then, and all of the operation departments, including Pathway, reported to him. He reported to me. I kept the functional departments at that time, so things like HR, marketing, and legal.
Actually, I'll go slightly out of order because we're on the matter of Mr. Courtley. In April 2004, you became executive chairman of what was then Fujitsu Services Holdings plc, but had been ICL plc.
That's correct, and he became chief executive.
You remained employed by the company on a full-time basis, I understand.
Yes, that's why they called it executive. I mean, we know it has no legal significance, you're chairman or you're not chairman, but that's what Fujitsu wanted to use because that's what they thought it meant.
How did did your responsibilities change upon becoming chairman?
Yes, they were much more focused outward, dealing, for instance, with particular customers, a lot of them overseas, because Mr. Courtley had his hands full reorganising and dealing with the operational divisions within what was then International Computers Limited. So, to give you a small example, I went with the president to Russia at one stage to look at their operations there. I went to Finland. A bit later on, I was on some boards of Fujitsu America and so on. I mean, the role grew much more widely.
And the functional elements that you said you kept when Mr. David Courtley became Chief Operating Officer in July 2002, did you pass those functions down to Mr. Courtley?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't cut you off. Yes, the answer is.
But I was going to say when you became executive chair.
Yes, exactly.
What was your working relationship like with Mr. Courtley?
Very good. I'd known him for some time, actually. He worked previously for EDS, and we first came across each other in a kind of contract dispute between, as it happens, between ICL and EDS. And we had a great mutual respect. I thought he was first of all, he was more of a technician than I. He actually had a degree in mathematics. That's what you got in those days if you were going to be a computer scientist. So he was much more technically oriented than me. And he was also what I describe as better at growing the business than me. I was, if you like, clinical, and the turnaround that I did in ICL during those first years was something that needed a really clinical, objective view of the issues. He was concerned much more with growing the business, and this was one of the reasons why he was employed. We had our offices next door to each other. We'd have coffee together and chat. If there was anything that was concerning him, he would have raised it with me.
You say in your witness statement you had regular weekly meetings with all your direct reports, including Mr. Courtley.
Yes, yes.
And
yes.
did that continue when you were executive chairman?
No, not in the same way. I would have had the weekly meetings I would have had been with Mr. Courtley and with the functional people, but not with the operational people underneath. That was for Mr. Courtley to deal with, including Horizon.
And aside from the matters that you've raised in your witness statement, such as various red and amber alerts, can you recall Mr. Courtley expressing any concerns to you as to the adequacy of the Horizon IT system?
No.
I want to look at the restructure now. It's jumping back, I appreciate. Please, could we bring up FUJ 403693?
Yep.
So this is a set of minutes for ICL Pathway Limited, so the
Yes.
specific company, 15th of August 2000. At this time, you were acting chief executive, I believe.
That's correct. That just about, yes.
And we see you are chairing the meeting. If we go down slightly. Further down, please. Thank you. So I should just say at this point, when looking at minutes, you may see the post office highlighted at various points. You'll see it there. That wasn't on the original minutes. That's something that's added afterwards.
Okay.
So just a point of clarification.
Yes.
So we've got various things of headcount requirements for testing, and then we have the managing director's report. If you could go over the page, please. We see there quite a detailed report from the managing director.
Yes, yes.
On various parts.
Yes.
B, CSR, that's Core Systems Release Plus, was a significant issue.
Yes.
Provides detail. C, we have detail on the rollout. And D, weekly service performance, still a key issue. Was this typical of the type of oversight that the board of ICL Pathway Limited would give to the delivery of the Horizon contract?
Yes, I think that's. Yes, I mean obviously it varies with time, but this is the sort of report that we got. Yes.
And in fairness, this is rollout, so it's a busy time for the company.
No more busy than in the development, I think, in a sense, once they got through the acceptance test, which they would have done by then, I think. Rollout is a logistics issue rather than it's much more straightforward in a sense. There's a lot of planning to do, but it's a logistics issue mainly.
Can you recall how often the board of ICL Pathway Limited would meet?
No.
Can we look now at your second witness statement, please? Page 4, paragraph 15. So you discuss here part of the restructure.
Yep.
And say, in order to make board meetings of all three companies more efficient, and when you say all three companies there, you're referring to the ultimate parent company, Fujitsu Services Holdings, the Fujitsu Services Ltd, the sort of intermediate
Yes,
company.
it's those two.
And then the other, I think the third company is the one responsible for non-UK business.
That's correct. It was all three of those.
And the board decided to delegate the oversight of all of the companies to a single management committee known as the Fujitsu Services Management Committee.
That's correct. It was a Fujitsu Limited decision.
When you say Fujitsu Limited, could you just explain the corporate identity of Fujitsu Limited?
Yes, Fujitsu Limited is the ultimate holding company of Fujitsu. It's quoted on the Tokyo and I think the New York stock exchanges. It's an interesting company because it's not only a holding company, but it also runs all of the operations in Japan as well.
Is it incorporated in Japan?
Oh, yes, yes.
So, do I understand your evidence to be that this decision was made by that company in Japan, not a ICL group or UK Fujitsu?
No. I mean, it's a practical matter that they wanted to look at the business as a whole. And there are a lot of Japanese directors and observers coming in all the time. And to have three separate meetings just wasn't efficient. So we dealt with everything at one meeting. And the meetings would go on all day.
So when you discuss efficiency, you're using it in the sense of the word from the holding company above Fujitsu Services Holding, their efficiency, really. They come in and have fewer meetings.
Well, yes, but it didn't impact on the consideration of issues. It was just that we had a very long meeting on one day.
Could we just then turn to page 12 of your statement, paragraph 55. Sorry, second statement. For context, in this, you're talking about quarterly business reviews, and you say for a complete set of meetings comprising this cycle, the quarterly business review cycle, I think, C4 FSMC, so that's the Fujitsu Services Management Committee meetings in 2005. So is that, do we take it from that the plan was for the FSMC to meet 4 times a year or quarterly?
Yes, that's correct. It fit in with Fujitsu's quarterly reporting obligations as a quoted company. And I think I can expand if you wish, but that's the answer to the question.
No, the follow-up question I have is, from the perspective of say, a director on ICL PLC, when this change was made, did it result in fewer board meetings each year?
No.
So before the change, there was 4?
It was following exactly the same schedule from 1990, because from 1990 onwards, Fujitsu Limited had the same reporting requirements as it did in 2000. In fact, when ICL was taken over, it had to change its accounting year to correspond with the Fujitsu accounting year so that the system could work. So this is a long-established tradition.
That document could come down, please. Could we please look at FUJ 403704? So we see these are minutes of the Fujitsu Services Management Committee on the 29th of May 2002.
Yes.
And in your witness statement, you say that this is the first meeting of the FSMC.
Yes, because it took place, we switched the brand, if you remember, on the 1st of April 2002, again to coincide with Fujitsu's financial year. Everything happens at the beginning of the financial year with Fujitsu. And that was the first meeting that we held.
We see that at this point there isn't, or one of the companies included in this isn't what was ICL Pathway Limited.
No, that's correct, and it wouldn't be, because it was just an operation, just like a lot of other operations. And you've got Mr. Courtley there, who is responsible for all those operations, so it wouldn't be appropriate.
If we look at the, if we can go down, please, so that we see at the bottom we have your CEO report. And you're talking about the financial year and about the restructuring.
Yes.
If you can go to page 3, please. The CFO report.
Yes.
And just scrolling down, you don't need to read all of this, but you see quite a detailed report which continues until page 8.
Yes.
And we have here Mr. Courtney presenting the new organisational model.
Yes.
How, in terms of the new organisational model, and I'm only really focusing on Oversight of Horizon here, what changes were made to the management structure that affected the oversight of the Horizon IT system?
In actual fact, none at this stage. You see the one that says large projects reporting direct to Mr. Courtley.
Yes.
Well, one of those large projects was, at that time, Pathway, I forgot what it'd be called now, ICL Pathway Limited, I suppose. And what happened, just to, if I may, to finish it, in 2003, when we entered into the extension agreement, it was agreed with the Post Office that we would shut down the actual Pathway company, would become dormant, and large projects would then comprise a division within Fujitsu Services Ltd, which comprised the Horizon project. And that division became one of the 5 large projects, each of which had a division, if you like, reporting to Mr. Courtley.
The only thing, I think, just to clarify there, when you say the extension, you mean the extension of the date for termination of
Exactly.
the Horizon contract?
Yes, yes.
And it extended to 2010?
Precisely.
At this stage, then, so we're in 2002, can you recall what, if any, board meetings were held by ICL Pathway Limited?
No, is the answer. I may have attended some, but without you showing me documents at this minute, I don't recall.
Is it fair to say, from your perspective at this stage, you saw the responsibility as being on Mr. Courtley to present any issues with the Horizon project to the FSMC?
That's exactly correct.
Or that,
well, or to me,
or to you in the week.
And then yes, and then I would have presented it, but that's correct.
That document could come down, thank you. Do you think the restructure had any effect on the level of oversight that ICL Pathway, then Fujitsu Services Holdings, Fujitsu Services Holdings Limited, had on the Horizon IT system?
I think it would have had a beneficial effect, because what you have now is Mr. Courtley, who has great experience in IT. He's much more technically oriented than me, and I believe it would have been, let's say, a more piercing oversight is the word I'd use, yes.
Before I move on to look at a couple of specific topics, just for the purposes of the timeline, I want to complete your career history. In April 2007, you became Corporate Senior Vice President and Head of Fujitsu EMEA Regional Operations for Fujitsu Limited.
Yes.
So that's the company, overall parent company incorporated in Japan.
Yes.
Did you remain a director or involved in Fujitsu Services Limited or Fujitsu Services Holdings PLC?
I would still, from my recollection, be chairing the FSMC. That's the limit of it. So from that stage onward, anything that I really knew about operations within that group of companies would have come via the FSMC meetings.
And at that stage, would you have had, I'll rephrase that question. Did Mr. Courtley report to you directly or indirectly once you became Corporate Senior Vice President?
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking very carefully about the answer, so I can give it to you. it would have been directly, in a sense. There was still a line, but that line would have been fairly tenuous. I mean, at that stage, he was acting like any managing director or chief executive of a subsidiary, reporting to what I described as a holding company. So there was a line, but he was running the business as he saw fit. I had confidence in him, and that was it. Yeah. I was ultimately responsible, I think is the way I will put it, for the way in which he managed the whole of the business. But that's like a normal chairman of a board, in my view.
What reporting line, if any, did you have to Mr. Duncan Tait?
Duncan Tait was, I've got to think about this. I think, and I'm saying I think, that he came on board, came from Unisys as a director courtesy title of, I think, the commercial business unit in those days, which I think had Pathway in it. He would have reported to David Courtley. So it's a very indirect line as far as I'm concerned. And by the time, don't forget, by the time he came on board, I was practically based in Tokyo. I mean, I went to live in Tokyo in 2010. So, yes, I knew him. I had a lot of respect for his competence. Mr. Courtley left in 2009, I think. There was a short interim period when I just sort of held the reins. I don't know, I wouldn't say I was overseeing anything in particular. I appointed Roger Gilbert for a short time as chief executive of what was then Fujitsu Services Ltd. We'd broken, I've got to go back to this, but we broke up the original group once we were reorganising as a global business group. And what was there was Fujitsu Services Ltd. ICL PLC was, it was a legal entity, but it was not really managing in any sense of the word. So Duncan Tait was in charge of commercial unit. Pathway was in it. There came a time in 2010 when we wanted to make a more permanent chief executive for Fujitsu Services Ltd. There were two people who were candidates, and about my last executive decision, if you like, was with the consent of Fujitsu Ltd, my colleagues on the board, as it would have been in these cases, I appointed Duncan Tait as chief executive of Fujitsu Services Ltd. That's 2011. At that stage, I retired, in effect, because, frankly, at 67, this was becoming a bit too much for me. And I spent a year. Fujitsu Limited tends to give its directors a kind of sabbatical before they retire, is the way it works. And I took my sabbatical in Singapore. I was a kind of corporate executive advisor, but I didn't really do anything very much. And then I left, returned to England, and that was the end of it. I can stop.
Before I
yes.
We move on, do you recall at any point Mr. Tait advising you of any concerns he has about the Horizon IT system?
The only connection that I have with him in this issue is the document which you showed me. I can't remember the name of it, an exchange of emails in which he wanted to set up.
Well, if that's your only recollection.
That's the only, I can't remember whether it happened or not, to be honest.
We'll come to that
yes,
shortly.
Yes, but that's all, nothing else.
Right, I'm going to move to a different topic now. Could we please bring up your first witness statement, page 22, paragraph 67. So you write at paragraph 67 that I've been asked whether or not Horizon could be considered a robust system. In all my experience of over 40 years working in the telecommunications and IT industry, I have never come across the use of the word robust as a contractual term. With respect, I think it is a subjective term without any precise legal meaning. I believe that the only pertinent questions in relation to the Horizon system are A, did the system pass the acceptance tests? And B, was it delivered in accordance with the contract? Both of these conditions were satisfied at the end of rollout in 2002. So, effectively, as I understand it, you're saying from your perspective, the key questions are, one, the product produced by Fujitsu and delivered to the Post Office, did it pass the contractual acceptance tests?
Yes.
And secondly, in respect of the ongoing obligations, was Fujitsu delivering those in accordance with the contractual standards that had been agreed between the parties?
Yes.
Could we please look at page 26, paragraph 79? You say, my objectives in negotiating the codified agreement. Now, posing there, the codified agreement was the agreement entered into between Post Office, then Post Office Counters Limited, and ICL Pathway Limited in 1999.
Yes.
So the objectives in negotiating that were to create a detailed specification and precise acceptance criteria. When you say detailed specification, is that referring to a specification of the services that ICL Pathway were to provide to Post Office?
That specification that I was focusing on was the specification of the system.
Okay, so
because that's what's passing the acceptance tests.
So when we sing a detailed specification, is that referring to a set of contractual clauses that set out the specification for the system that ICL were supposed to deliver to Post Office under the contract?
Yes, it was in a schedule to the codified agreement.
You say you focused on the main provisions of the codified agreement in order to achieve the above objectives. I had little involvement in the preparation of the schedules and appendices of the codified agreement, which I never read.
Yes.
I want to look at the codified agreement now.
Okay.
It's FUJ 6071. Now, this is a document of over 900 pages, so it may be that we need to catch up a little bit with the computer system, but
okay.
This is the codified agreement. Could we turn to page 12, please?
I'm sorry, what's the reference for that again? 7-1 at the end, thank you.
7-1 at the end, 6 zeros. I'll start there again. FUJ, 6 zeros, then 7-1.
Yeah, thanks.
If we could go to clause 102, spot 1, please, which is... So that's a interpretation clause, which is standard in these contracts.
Yes, yeah.
And said, as used in this codified agreement, the terms and expressions set out in Schedule A1 shall have the meanings ascribed to them.
Yes.
And as is standard, for example, we see at 103 spot 3, we see...
Which one?
Sorry, if we go up slightly, I misspoke, sorry. 101 spot 3.
110, sorry, yes?
Yes, we see defined terms as is standard are capitalised, so things like contractor.
I'm sorry, I'm lost here. Just tell me again.
I'm so sorry. It's 103 spot 3.
I'm not seeing that on the screen.
All right. I'm 101 spot 3. I've done the same mistake again. Thank you, Mr. Blake.
So you want me to look at 101 spot 3?
101 spot 3, yeah.
Okay.
Can you see that now?
Yes, now I can, yes.
It would help if I said the right clause. That would be of assistance. We have, for example, it says the contractor, capitalised, and throughout this agreement, defined terms tend to be capitalised as a standard.
Yes.
So in order to understand this agreement, you would presumably accept that you would need to be familiar with Schedule 1A1.
This is the interpretations.
Yes.
Yes.
And so,
in that sense, I did read it, yeah.
I was going to say, putting yourself back, you probably, whilst you may not have been affair with everything in the schedules, you will have had some familiarity.
Oh, that's fine, but I'm talking about the whole 900 pages.
Could we go, please, to page 17? And if we could go down to the bottom there, thank you. We have part 2, performance of Post Office Counters Limited services and supply of products. And clause 201 spot 2 says this, subject to clause 201 spot 6, the contractor shall be responsible for meeting the requirements specified in Schedule A15 in accordance with the solutions specified in Schedule A16 by performing the core system services referred to in clause 201.3. So breaking that down, what we have here is firstly, there was a Schedule A15 which set out Post Office's requirements for the contract.
Well, those particular specifications with the solutions specified, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And there were solutions specified, as you say, in Schedule A16.
Yes.
Now, when you were involved in the negotiation and the tender, would you have been involved in considering the requirements and solutions for the products?
No.
The clause here then says that in order to meet the requirements, ICL Pathway had to perform the core system services referred to in clause 201 spot 3. So if we could look at 201 spot 3, please, which is on the next page. Thank you. We have subject to clause 201 spot 6. The contractor shall perform the following core system services in accordance with all applicable provisions hereof. So this is essentially setting out what ICL is supposed to do under the contract.
Yes.
Or part of it, I should say.
Part of it, yes.
So this is a very important clause in the contract. Would you agree?
Yes, yeah.
Would you agree that it's fundamental to the specification of the product and services to be provided?
Well, it describes what they are, and then you have to look at the definition. So I suppose so.
We'll look at two of them. Paragraph 201 spot 3 spot 1 says that ICL were to provide the development services pursuant to clause 403.
Yes.
And 201 spot 3 spot 3, also the operational services pursuant to clause 405. Can we look, please, at page 26? And go to clause 4 403. So these were the development, is the clause that defines the development services.
Yes, 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 and it has loads of schedules attached to it, so far as I can see, which would give you the specification of the development.
Yes, so
Yes.
at 403 spot 2, it says development of EPOS. That refers to the electronic point of sale
Yes.
system,
Yes,
as described in Schedule F1.
yes.
And then if we can go over the page, I think, to clause 405. We have the performance of the operational services. And it says, subject to the Release Authorisation Board authorising commencement of national rollout of the core system, and subject to clause 201 spot 6, the contractor shall, from the date of core system release acceptance, perform the following operational services. Now, these obligations effectively kick in after acceptance.
Yes, after acceptance, and the way I think of these as service provision, and service provision obviously can't start till you've got something rolled out that you can provide the service for. So it develops progressively as rollout takes place. Yes, yeah.
So you say that you were involved in drafting precise acceptance criteria for...
Well, when I say I was involved, what I was involved in was ensuring that the technical people actually did it. Because one of the biggest failings in IT contracts is when they come down to it, they end up without a specification and without acceptance criteria. I was taught this from 1975.
And as part of that, you would have presumably needed to review the contract and see what services or what specification was being agreed.
No, it's not something that I would have looked at, because this was dealt with by people who were responsible for providing it, and they will produce the necessary services. I wouldn't want to go beyond what's in clause 405, and even that needed input from if you like, technical people who knew what to write in clause 405. What I was concerned with was that it happened, not with its content, and I wouldn't pretend to be competent to criticise that content.
So is your evidence that in terms of internal lawyers within ICL at this point, was it, well, no, I won't say is your evidence, I'll ask you. In terms of internal lawyers within ICL at this point, were there any lawyers that you're aware of who were monitoring or reading what was in the schedules?
This would have been done by masons. I'm sorry if we are, they're now Pinsent masons, I think. These were long-time solicitors. First of all, for STC, actually, I knew them. And there was a person called Ian Monaghan who was the head of a team of lawyers who was looking at all of this and working with the technical people. It wasn't done by lawyers within ICL as it was in those days, I suppose, but it was done by a properly qualified legal team, and masons were expert in dealing with IT matters. I used them on many occasions.
But presumably someone within ICL would want to know precisely the nature of the obligations that ICL was signing up to.
Of course they will, but they will be the technical people who will then consult on the drafting with masons.
So your evidence is in terms of the lawyers wouldn't have read the Schedule F1.
No, I'm not saying the lawyers wouldn't. Masons would have done. People in masons, they had a whole team. And they would have worked with the technical people in ICL. I was there with Stuart Sweetman to oversee that things happened and to look at any real points of conflict in the main agreement. And I don't think there were very many, actually.
Well, let's look at Schedule F01. It's page 587. So this is the EPOS service definition to which those clauses we just looked at referred.
Yes.
And it says this schedule details all the requirements relating to the EPOS service,
Yes.
which the contractor shall provide.
Yes.
And so your evidence is, as I understand it, that did you not consider this to be a document that someone internal to ICL would need to, or a lawyer internal to ICL would need to read to understand the specification of the product that was being provided?
The point is that there had to be competent legal advice surrounding it. This was done by masons, and it was done in accordance with what the technical people were negotiating on both sides, Post Office and ICL. So what would happen is there will be a lot of technical discussions. They will be writing it, and masons would look at this and turn it into, if necessary, rather more legal wording. But at the end of the day, the substance which is provided in these schedules has to come from the technical people on both sides. This is how they worked it out. And there's nothing that I could personally add to that.
If you look down, we see scope, and then it sets out the 4 service boundaries. And further down, please, it says constraints. And we've got various paragraphs there. And we see in the brackets R808 referring to the requirements which we went to earlier.
Yeah?
Could we go, I think it's 2 pages. I think there may be a blank page on the next page. Thank you. And just further down, please. And 3.8 says, EPOS shall be a robust
Oh, well, there you are.
POCL
Yeah.
service, including features too, and then it goes on to set that out.
Yeah.
It-
Well, it's quite clear that I never saw that, and I can't comment further.
Is your evidence that the, well, let me ask it another way. What was your understanding of the adequacy of the EPOS, or let me rephrase, sorry. What was your understanding of what Fujitsu were required to provide to Post Office in terms of the adequacy of the EPOS product?
I don't think I had any particular understanding. I know what an EPOS product is, point of sale, basically. I'd assumed that there would be a specification for it and that it will be supplied to that specification.
And I take it from your evidence that these types of matters of whether the product was robust didn't arise in your management discussions with your reports?
No.
So that's probably a good time to take the morning break.
Very well. What time should we resume?
If we could say 11:10, please.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Can you still see and hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll carry on. I want to now look at some specific examples of the management of the contract. Please, could we look at FUJ 30800690? This is a document the inquiry has seen before, particularly in phase 2. Title is Report on the EPOS Pinnacle Task Force. The date in the top, 14th of May 2001, but we can see from the abstract that it is referring to a task that happened between 19th of August and 18th of September 1998.
Yes.
Firstly, the distribution list, T. Austin, M. Bennett, M. McDonnell. Do you recognise those names?
Yes, both of them reported, well, certainly Martin Bennett reported to the Managing Director of Pathway, and he was responsible for, I think, quality and customer services from recollection. Terry Austin, I'm not quite sure whether he reported directly to the Managing Director or not. I don't really recall McDonnell.
So did you ever have any direct interactions with Mr. Austin or Mr. Bennett?
No, not that I can recall.
If we turn the page, please. Just for assistance with dating the document, we can see version 0.1, 18th September 98, and then on the 14th of May 2001, raised to version 1, administrative catch-up. Could we go, please, to page 4? Just going to go through a few bits of this document. I should ask first, sorry, before you were sent this document by the inquiry, had you seen it before?
No.
So in the introduction, it says, during the week commencing 17th August, the EPOS/Counter Pinnacle Stack Reduction Team, known as the Task Force, was established. The objectives, current workload, composition, outline process and targets were presented to the team on Tuesday 18th with a formal start date of Wednesday 19th of August. It goes on to describe presenting the outcome of the activity and identifies factors which prevented the original target, 0 or near to 0 residual pinnacles, being met. During the course of the task force, it became clear that there are significant deficiencies in the EPOS product, its code and design, and these are also presented in this report. We look then at page 7. There's a section on the EPOS code. It says it is clear that senior members of the task force are extremely concerned about the quality of code in the EPOS product. Don't need to read it all, but we see the last paragraph in that section. It says lack of code reviews in the development and fix process has resulted in poor workmanship and bad code. And then if we could turn to page 17, please. At the bottom, section 7.3, we see example 1, and it gives an extract of some code that's designed to reverse the sign of a number and is equivalent to the command. Fortunately, we don't need to concern ourselves with the code itself, but over the page, it says whoever wrote this code clearly has no understanding of elementary mathematics or the most basic rules of programming. So you say you hadn't read the document before.
I've never seen it.
Never seen it. Were you made aware of the issues that this document describes?
No.
Do you accept that these are serious issues being described by the document?
I'm not technically competent to say. I mean, for instance, you say it's bad code. I've got no idea if it's bad or good.
Well, if you don't have technical competence, you presumably need to rely on technical people.
Well, I would also point out to you that there's a second document which mentioned the CSR Plus, which you also sent to me as the additional documents. And I looked at that, and I can only give you my impressions because I've not seen either of these documents, but I'm happy to do so. The first is that was in 1998, before the codified agreement. So water had flowed under the bridge for almost a year in terms of the development. And the second point is, if you look at the action points in the CSR Plus document, it talks about this. And
We are going to come to that shortly.
You'll come to that. Okay, that's fine. So I'm just saying that you have to look at both of them in context.
I want to look at this one in context at the time that it was drafted, as you say, in 98.
Yes.
Do you accept from, you've read this document, I've taken you to extracts from it, do you accept that it's describing a serious issue in the EPOS code?
It's describing an issue which has got to be corrected, and that's what they're talking about. How serious it is, I couldn't tell you.
Why do you think that the issue being described in this document was not raised with you at the time?
It's a technical issue, and it's not something that would have been raised at board level. That's what I think. I think this was too detailed for the board.
Well, this is going really, isn't it, to the heart of the product that's being produced by ICL.
I can hypothesise many reasons, but I'm telling you that it wasn't, and I can also say the reason that it wasn't, so far as I understand these things, and I think Mr. Muckow, I think he's called, said much the same thing in his evidence, not at that level of granularity, and I'd agree with it.
So your evidence is that this type of issue is something that should be just dealt with at management level and it shouldn't concern the board?
It's a technical issue which should be dealt with at a technical level. And when we come on to the CSR Plus document, which you're coming on to, I think that's clear to me.
Well, let's look at that now.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about the same document. It's WITN 046000104, please. So we have here schedule of corrective actions, CSR plus, core system release plus, development audit. Is this the document
Yes.
you're referring to?
Yes. And you can see that it's gone up to the Managing Director Stairs and Mike Coombs, who are the two, and they're all down here, Bennett and Joanne Austin. Yep.
Did you see this document at the time? I think you said earlier you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Could we please turn to page 4? The introduction says this document presents the corrective action plan that emerged from a post-audit meeting following the audit of the operation of the CSR Plus development. And at page 6, we see the start of various report observations, and then on the penultimate column, action points, which I think we were referring to earlier.
Yes.
Could we turn, please, to page 9? So we see in the report observation / recommendation, it says the audit identified that EPOS continues to be unstable. Pinnacle evidence illustrated the numbers of pinnacles raised since the 1998 task force and the rate of their being raised. The EPOS Solutions report made specific recommendations to consider the redesign and rewrite of EPOS, in part or in whole, to address the then known shortcomings. In light of the continued evidence of poor product quality, these recommendations should be reconsidered. Now, before we look at the action points, can I ask whether you recall any discussion that you're involved with where management of ICL were considering or raising rewriting the EPOS application?
No.
If we look in the the agreed action points, 25th of the 11th.
Hold on, yes. It
says work on AI, sorry, if we could... It's
the one above, isn't
please.
it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Work on AI 298. That's referring to an acceptance incident, isn't it?
Yes, and it's something to... Well, I understood this because I've read the various documents. So far as I can see, it's something to do with print error and printer handling, whatever that is, yep.
So, well, it said 80% of problems, this is saying, were to do with error and printer error handling.
Yes.
Daily meetings instigated. TPA, does that refer to Mr. Austin?
The answer is it might do. I don't know if he had a P in his name.
TPA is of the view that while original code has not been good, it would be difficult to justify the case for rewriting now. There's then what appears to be copied from an email from TPA. We've not formally closed down the recommendation that we re-engineer the EPOS application due to its inherent instability. It goes on in the final paragraph on this page. We will, of course, continue to monitor the Pinnacle stack for the next few months and, if necessary, re-evaluate this decision.
And they say would close this issue formally, whoever Jan is. Would Jan please close this issue formally?
And then if we turn the page, please. So we're now, that was in 25th of November 99.
Yeah.
We're now into December and then into 2000. On the 10th of May, it says, following response received from MJBC. Is that Mike Coombs?
Yes, it is Mike Coombs.
As discussed, this should be closed. Effectively, as a management team, we have accepted the ongoing cost of maintenance rather than the cost of a rewrite. Rewrites of this product will only be considered if we need to reopen the code to introduce significant changes in functionality. We will continue to monitor the code quality based on product defects as we progress the final passes of testing, and it continues to closing the ticket.
Right. Yes.
Now, there, when it says the management team, to what who's being referred to there?
Mike Coombs would have been referring to all the people that you saw on that CSR Plus list, I presume. Think of the management team within Pathway.
Would you accept that this, what's being discussed here, is a significant decision as to whether or not to incur the costs of rewriting the EPOS application or accept the costs of maintaining it in the state it's in?
I mean, I've seen this before, but in some of the witness statements or the questions, but I don't think this is the issue. When you look at this, yes, there is a cost to maintaining it, and if you like, there's a penalty in that. But I've seen this many times with software engineers. It's a bit like lawyers, when they review cases, everybody's got their own opinion. Software engineers always say, some of them do, oh, I could rewrite this and it's better. Well, maybe they can and maybe they can't, but under the circumstances of this contract, what the management team decided, and it's a technical decision, and they're accepting, in my view, a cost penalty to do this, because it's safer to keep with the EPOS, which is the thing that you know, monitor it, and they say it's been improved since 1998. We've moved on 2 years now nearly. Rather, it's a complete step into the unknown to start rewriting. And if you rewrite a program from scratch, you've got no idea, is it going to work better? Is it going to work worse? Will it fit in with everything else? From my opinion, it's a technical decision. Let's suppose that they'd showed this to me, or they'd showed it to the board. What would have been said was, well, this is a technical decision, what do you advise? And that's what they advised. Nobody saw this outside of them, but that's outside of Pathway, but I don't think it makes any difference.
Well, let's stand back. The ICL have contracted with Post Office to provide a system on certain terms.
Yeah.
And we saw earlier, one of those terms was that it's robust.
Yes, we don't know, and I insist on this, we don't know, there's not a legal definition of robust that I'm aware of. Maybe you have one, I don't know, but
Well,
to me it means, comes I think from Latin, robust, strong, or something like that.
Well,
Able
if
to
we
withstand shocks.
if we can, well, no, we'll pause. We'll come back to that point. The point is that the parties agreed that a robust system would be delivered. Is that fair?
It's in the contract.
It's not for the technical people to determine whether or not that ICL are acting in compliance with their legal obligations to Post Office, is it?
I think that's true, but it's the technical people who would, in the end, have to produce some opinion. As I think Adrian Montague did at one stage and said the system was robust, whatever that means. But the technical people would have to tell you. I can tell you what definitions of robust, so I can look it up in the dictionary.
Well,
but whether it applies to the system...
The technical people can provide you advice on the application itself.
Right, and they advised that it was better to go ahead with the... not to go ahead with the rewrite, but to go ahead with that. I can't question that decision, and I didn't know about it.
But would you not accept that the board, in order to understand whether or not its legal obligations are being complied with, should be advised of a serious concerns in the product that's being delivered?
Not if the incident was closed.
So in your view, is it your evidence that once the technical people have decided that this doesn't need to go to the board, that's it, the end of it?
That's exactly what I think.
In your view, what role then does the board have in overseeing the quality of the product that is being produced or delivered to the Post Office in this circumstance?
Right, I'm sorry, not the Post Office. The board has to have overall responsibility for seeing that there are properly qualified people who are doing defined jobs in connection with the implementation of the project. That's what I believe is the job. Their second job is to trust those people and, when appropriate, through the mechanisms that I talk about in the second witness statement, to review progress on the project, like all other projects. And the board is dependent upon the reporting channels which provide information to them, which ultimately, via the QBRs and all these other things we've described, turns up as a financial officer's report and a chief executive's report, which the board considers. I've also not talked about, and I imagine you'll come to that, the particular Japanese oversight of this, but that's a different matter. It's in my witness statement.
So do I take it from your evidence that you're not critical, or no, let me put it another way, are you critical of the management team for not raising this with the board?
No.
What steps did you take, or the board take, after appointing the management team to monitor Pathway to ensure that they were doing a proper job?
I've told you the reporting structures that I've described.
Well, if you pause there, if the reporting structures rely on the management team to flag problems to you, how did the board satisfy itself that problems were appropriately being flagged?
Because they would question the chief executive. The chief executive would, in the initial case, talk to the COO, and later on it would have been just the chief executive. He would have had quarterly business reviews with Pathway. That's not board meetings, this is management meetings. And those management meetings would have surfaced to him anything that he thought appropriate to report in his chief executive's report to the board. And I have to say that when you talk about the board, you must remember that the board is a majority of Japanese directors. And I've talked, I don't know whether you want to come on to this, about the flows of information which actually existed outside of the board meeting reports to the Japanese directors in Japan. And I can assure you these were very detailed, dealt with by people who were on the ground within Pathway. I told you that we had a large team of software engineers from Japan within the development at that time that you're talking about.
So that's a flow of information from directly to Fujitsu Limited?
The way it works, and it's, if I may, I'd like to expand on this because it is actually, in my view, really critical. The way Fujitsu worked was they had software engineers embedded in the development, and there were a large team of them. I can't remember the number. There was actually a legal advisor from Japan. He was a chap called Yasui, whom I know very well. The interesting chap. He was qualified in the New York bar and as an English solicitor. So you also had people who were, well, there's the chief finance officer, Adachi. He reported direct to the chief finance officer in Japan. All of this stuff is a huge amount of information, which is what Japanese like. And it all went through this overseas office, which is about 40 people in Tokyo. And their job is to sit and collate all this information and brief each Fujitsu director before that person gets to the board meeting. And I know this because when I was in Tokyo, I was recipient of the same thing. And I'll just tell you this and then I'll stop. I'm sorry, but I've talked too long. They give you what's called a temochi. Te means hand, mochi means hold. And what it can mean two things. Something you hold in your hand, a handbook, or something that holds your hand and looks after you. And what you get is an A5 book about an inch thick. It's literally like this. And inside it, what you get is the answer to all the possible questions that you could raise or might raise when you go to a board meeting. Now, I'm not saying the English directors had this, but I'm saying that the Japanese directors, who were a majority on the board, who controlled the board, had it. And I can't believe that between all of this, if there were serious issues that the Japanese were concerned with, they would not have raised it through that chain, as opposed to the standard reporting chain that went up to the board inside Fujitsu. That's all I can say, but I know how detailed it is because I've lived in Tokyo and I've been a recipient of it.
So that's looking at a reporting line from what's happening in ICL Pathway through to Fujitsu Limited Incorporated in Japan. Precisely.
I mean, it was outside. It's outside the normal system. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying it shouldn't have happened. I'm just saying it's at least as important.
I want to ask about, we've discussed the board of ICL Pathway / ICL PLC. In terms of what sat below that, so the management committee, which we discussed previously, Are you critical of the management team that we referred to earlier in relation to the CSR Plus release? Are you critical of them for not raising this at the management committee?
You mean an FSMC, a Fujitsu Services Management Committee?
No, in the start of your evidence, we discussed the board and how often that met. And then I understood what you said was there was a weekly management committee meeting within ICL.
When it was, and this is before my time, this weekly, let me be specific. In the times of ICL, there was an ICL management committee. We talked about that, and I said that at that time, the Pathway MD or whatever did not attend that management committee. When we're talking about my tenure, there was a weekly management meeting. The Pathway would not have attended that meeting. It would have been other people. And particularly once Quarterly was there, no operational people would have attended. Where I could criticise, and this is hypothetical because I don't know, is whether this was ever surfaced during the preparations of the quarterly business reviews, and that I can't tell you. But certainly the quarterly business reviews that fed into the board didn't contain that. I say maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't, but I don't know.
Let's break this down.
Yeah.
Before 2000, so before your chief executive, at ICL PLC level, are there weekly management meetings?
No, they were operational meetings at the group level. Yes, I suppose you'd call it that. Nobody really thought about ICL PLC. They just thought about ICL.
So at the group level?
At the group level, yes.
And just to be clear on the timeline, at that point, was the managing director of Pathway attending the group level management meetings?
No.
How,
not so far as I can recall, that's all I can say.
From your recollection, and so we're clear on this, how were issues with regarding Pathway raised at the ICL group level?
They were raised by the chief executive, Keith Todd in that case, reporting to the board. So
it would the reporting line would be managing director of ICL Pathway,
yes,
reports to Keith Todd,
yes,
and then it's Keith Todd's responsibility to consider whether to pass that on to the management.
That's correct, yes.
At that
excuse me, rather than deal with this in the abstract, can we just go back to this particular issue relating to EPOS, to which the inquiry has devoted a significant amount of time? Is it your view, Mr. Christou, that the issues relating to EPOS were appropriately, in inverted commas, managed by the team that took the decision? Or is it your evidence that the team that took the decision should have reported it upwards to someone?
No, my evidence and my belief is that they took the appropriate action, and that was the end of it.
Right. You would not have expected them to have gone any higher than they did, in effect?
No, I wouldn't.
Right, okay. I understand, because it seems to me, with respect to you both, that whether or not something goes higher must relate to the specific topic under consideration rather than a general discussion, if I can put it in that way.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's look at another specific example then. It's FUJ 30888036. It's another document the inquiry has seen.
I produced this in my second witness statement, I think.
I think this was more recently provided to you.
Yes, I hadn't seen it before. I actually asked Morrison and Forster to give me some more information on this, and that's where I saw it. Didn't see it. I haven't seen it before.
Didn't see it at the time.
No.
So it's the 2nd of August 2002 is the date.
Yes.
At this point, you're chief executive.
Yes.
If we look at the originated department and the contributors, do you recall working with any of those people?
They frankly, let's have a look. No, none of the. I don't recall knowing any of those people.
This document describes. Well, in fact, let's look at page 9, please. It says SFS, which I
don't know who they are.
Security Functional Specification.
Okay.
And it describes a form of remote administration, a tool called Tivoli Remote Console.
Yep.
It goes on to say that this has led over time to BOC, Belfast Operations Centre, personnel relying heavily on the use of unauthorised tools, predominantly our client, to remotely administer the live estate. Its use is fundamental for the checking of errors. The tool does not, however, record individual user access to systems, but simply record events on the remote box that the administrator access has been used. No other information is provided, including success/fail, so it is not possible to simply audit failures. The use of such technique puts pathway in contravention of contractual undertakings to the Post Office. Were you made aware of that, the concerns raised in that, in particular that pathway was in contravention of contractual undertakings to the Post Office?
No, I've never seen this document.
Is this a type of document, or maybe not, let me rephrase that, the issue that's being described, in particular, the use of such technique puts pathway in contravention of contractual undertakings to the Post Office. Is that a type of issue that you would have been expected to be raised to you as Chief Executive?
It depends whether the Post Office have made any. If the Post Office have made a formal complaint, a breach of contract notice, for instance, then I would have known about it. I read this in conjunction with another document which you showed me, which you may come to later, which is Gareth Jenkins writing earlier about the secure shell, whatever it is, the SSH, which is designed to, as he says here, provides an acceptable and agreed level, which I presume must be agreed with the Post Office, of secure access. So reading this, what I see is, well, there was a problem. Maybe it was a breach of contract. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. The Post Office appear to have known about it because it says acceptable and agreed, so it must be agreed with somebody or other. And it was remedied with this secure shell. Whether it's a correct remedy, again, I'm not competent to say, but that's what it looks like to me.
Well, let's look in more detail at the problem. It's page 15, please. And it describes third line and operational support.
Yes.
It describes controls, so individuals involved in the support process undergo more frequent security vetting checks.
Yeah.
Other than the above, controls are vested in manual procedures requiring managerial sign-off, controlling access to Post Office counters where update of data is required. Otherwise, third-line support has unrestricted and unaudited privileged access, brackets, system admin, close brackets, to all systems, including Post Office counter PCs. And the risks are highlighted further down. Oh, sorry, if you stay there, please. Sorry. It says this exposes Fujitsu Services' pathway to the following potential risks: opportunity for financial fraud, operational risk, errors as a result of manual actions causing loss of service to outlets, and infringements of the Data Protection Act. I mean, this is, would you accept this is a very significant problem going to the heart of ICL's contractual obligations?
No, I think all he's saying is we need to beef up our security systems, and we're doing it. That's the way I read this. But as I say, I've never seen the document, but this is how I read it. Yes, there is a risk. I'm sure you understand that third-line support are a few specialists who are very carefully vetted, who are system administrators, but there has to be somebody who can be a system administrator, and there aren't very many of them.
Would you accept that what this is saying is that some people have unaudited privileged access with system administration access to all systems?
What I'd accept is...
Post office counters.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. What I would accept is that at that time there was an issue and they improved the security systems on the advice of Gareth Jenkins on his previous document. And don't forget, we've only just at this stage got to complete rollout.
So here, where we have an issue that's being raised, that is said by the technicians to be, or it's warning of a breach of contractual obligations, your evidence is this didn't, you're not critical of it not being raised with you?
If there were no solution to it, or if there had been a formal complaint by the post office, I would then have been critical, because if there had been a formal complaint, then that was something that definitely should be looked at. What I'm seeing here is a technical person who is identifying improvements in security which will prevent some issues. And every contract for the development of software is always trying to improve its security. We know nowadays that the most important thing for fixes, if you've got your PC or your smartphone, every so often you get a security update to protect it from outside interference. And this is a more technical and more sophisticated way of doing things for this system. I'm not critical of them. I would be critical if the post office had sent a letter. That's a different matter. And maybe that should have been surfaced, but I haven't seen a letter.
Why is it relevant, or why should it come to you if the post office raise it?
If the post office raised a formal breach of contract, then that would become a matter that certainly we'd be looking at, because the first thing I would be doing would be going and talking to Stuart Sweetman to find out what it was about.
As part of the responsibility of the chief executive in respect of the lawfulness of the company's operations, do you not accept that actually where such a serious contractual issue is raised, that should come to you at the highest level?
No, I don't, because I think the problem has been solved at the technical level.
Could we move on to Horizon Online, please? It's FUJ 30095628. And this is an email to which you referred earlier.
Oh, yes, I know about this.
If you could go to the second page, please.
Yep.
So it's an email from Duncan Tait. You're not in copy. I assume you wouldn't have seen this at the time.
No, not at all. This is an issue for Duncan Tait, not for me.
It refers to meetings between Post Office and Fujitsu. And it talks about their confidence has been knocked due to, firstly, ongoing issues with Oracle stability impacting HNGX stability, 2, data center outage, and 3, an outage caused by Fujitsu operator error last week, which caused a 45-minute loss of service. We then get some requests from Post Office. One is to look at P&L for the account to make sure it's sustainable and asking for an open book arrangement. 2 is for an independent review. And then 3, finally, he wants Dave Smith to have some dialogue with Richard C. I assume that refers to you.
Yes, it does, yes.
So they can test the Japanese board's commitment to the account and programme. Firstly, can you recall whether you were aware of the issues described in this email?
No, the answer is I wasn't, and I'd never seen the email. I mean, it would be for Duncan to talk to you about that.
Do I take it that then you can't recall Duncan Tait passing on or discussing these issues with you?
No. Well, let me be clear about this. The only one I think he would have passed on to me was the dialogue with Dave Smith about the Japanese board. Remember, at this time I was living in Tokyo and I was responsible for the global business group as a whole. I don't remember whether we ever had that call. That's all I can tell you. But if I had have done, I mean, what its purpose was to talk about the Japanese board's commitment. It wasn't about things like an Oracle outage or whatever it was. That's all I can say.
I want to look at another document now, please. It's POL 30-28838.
Yes.
It's a document well known to this inquiry. Firstly, can I ask when you first saw this document?
When you sent it to me, which would have been sometime in May.
Do you, so looking at the attendance list,
All right, let's have a look.
this is it's not dated, but the inquiry understands in October 2010. Were any of those people in the attendance list reporting directly or indirectly to you?
No.
At that stage?
Could I ask one question about this, please? When I read it, I wasn't clear who originated the document. It looked to me like the Post Office did, but they talk about we and so on. Can you tell me that? Or?
Well, I'm going to ask you. I'll ask you questions about if you saw it or if you didn't.
Oh, right, okay. But I never saw it, and the only name I know, because of all the fuss about it, is Gareth Jenkins. No, but none of these reported to me.
Did you know Gareth Jenkins when you were working at Fujitsu?
Not that I can recollect. It wouldn't be somebody that I would have had direct contact with.
Now, this document describes what we now know as the receipts and payments mismatch bug.
Yes.
Were you ever given any information on the bug described in this document that you've now read?
No.
That document come down, thank you. Just before this, that was 2010, in May 2009, Computer Weekly ran an article on the Post Office prosecuting sub-postmasters and allegations as to the adequacy of the Horizon data to support those prosecutions were raised. Were you aware of that Computer Weekly article at the time?
No, I wasn't.
I want to look now then at prosecutions, please. Can we bring up your second witness statement, page 21? And it's paragraph 101.
Yeah.
You say, as already stated in my first witness statement, I had no knowledge of this issue, and I do not recall it being raised at any board meeting when I was present. See paragraph 75 onwards.
Yes.
If we just scroll down slightly, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
You say, I would now, however, like to comment more specifically on this point in the light of further documents not known to me at the relevant time, which have since been provided to me by Morrison Forster at my request
Yes.
for the purpose of completing this statement. So everything that follows, when you, so for example, you say, my understanding is that the requirement in the codified agreement, that's your understanding today?
Now, yes, that's correct.
Not at the time?
Not at the time.
Could we please go to FUJ 6071 again? And could we turn to page 196, please? So we referred to this earlier, that's Schedule A15 setting out requirements. And we see a number there of various requirements.
Yes, yes.
If we turn, please, to... Apologies. If we can go, please, to 291. Page 291, please. Thank you. Schedule A16 is the solutions. So these are the response, in effect, from ICL pathway. Could we look, please, at page 363? If we could go down slightly, please. I think I may have an incorrect reference here, sorry. We can go up, please, to reference 393, I think. Just bear with me, I will just find that reference. Uh, 393, please. Page 393. That's it. If we could go up, I got my requirements and page numbers mixed up. So,
Oh, here we are, yes, place.
if we could go up, please, slightly, so we can see the start of the reference.
Yeah.
So there, reference 829. And this refers to pathway, it says pathway confirms that will ensure that all relevant information produced at the request of POCL, Post Office Counties Limited, shall be evidentially admissible and capable of certification in accordance with the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984 and the Police and Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order 1889. And it goes on to say about data volumes. When you were involved in the tendering process, would you have been involved in this, in dealing with this response? Or
I've got no idea whether it was even in the tendering. I mean, this is from the codified agreement, and I never read this.
Could we look, please, at FUJ 401743? So this is a service description for implementation and maintenance of security policy and procedures dated
Yes.
6th of January 2003. Yep. And in your statement, you say that, to the best of your belief, this document contained the first contractual requirement on Fujitsu to provide witness evidence in litigation.
Yes.
And again, I understand that's your knowledge now, but not at the time.
It's my knowledge now. Can I just amplify that? I never regarded PACE as necessarily requiring witness. It required a certification with the potentiality for a witness. But when I look at this, it seems to me different to PACE.
Well, at the time, did you have any awareness of PACE certification?
No. At the time, I didn't know about PACE. I mean, I've said that in my witness statement because I didn't read that schedule.
Can we turn, please, to page 17? And we...
Yeah, the litigation.
If you have litigation support,
yes,
please.
Yes.
So we see here that it refers to what Post Office submitting audit record queries or old format queries, essentially requests for ARQ data as we know it.
Yeah.
And it says, 1, to present the record of transactions, but B, subject to the limits set out below, analyse the appropriate Fujitsu Services help desk records and date range, branch non-polling reports for the branch in question, and fault logs for the devices from which the records of transactions were obtained. And then if we go down, thank you, we see request and allow the relevant employees of Fujitsu Services to prepare witness statements of fact in relation to that query.
Yes.
Now, this contractual agreement for Fujitsu employees to prepare witness evidence of fact as a contractual service being offered by ICL or Fujitsu Services Ltd. Do you consider that should have gone to the board to determine if it's something that ICL or Fujitsu Services Ltd wanted to offer or should agree to offer? So it should agree to provide.
I think this is the most serious question of all, and it comes back to some of the things that I said in my witness statement. There was no requirement for this particular document to be approved by the board. If you look at the beginnings, I think it goes as far as Martin Bennett. When one looks at it by hindsight, and I'm not saying this to mitigate what I think, and I've said before, is a miscarriage of justice. It was not raised to the board. Should it have been raised to the board? I think the problem with this document is that the requirement for witness statements shouldn't have been dealt with by security personnel. And in the midst of a security document, should it have been raised to the board? It wasn't. What I say in hindsight is I wish it had, but that's hindsight. There are many issues that you could have raised to the board, but it was chose not to do so.
Would you accept that this contractual service that's being agreed in this document is outside of the normal course of business for Fujitsu?
No, I wouldn't. I think that's not... well, it's not our business to provide witnesses. Certainly we don't provide, or we didn't in my day, provide expert witnesses. That's absolutely true. when I looked at this, one of the problems, as I understand it, is, of course, that PACE was repealed in Section 69 was repealed.
I'll come back to the question, sorry, is
Yes.
that what is being agreed here, the provision of witness statements by Fujitsu employees, is that outside of the normal course of Fujitsu's business at that time?
If it was only a witness statement of fact that this is a document that we've got off the computer, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, I'm sure that that was something that happened in other contracts. I don't know. But as long as it was a statement of fact, I wouldn't particularly have had a problem with it. You know, this is the document, this is what I took off, there it is, make of it what you will, as long as it was fact.
So is it your evidence that if it's a witness statement of fact, you didn't think it needed to come to the board?
No, I wouldn't. If it was an expert, let me be clear about this. If somebody was saying we want a Fujitsu witness to be an expert witness, speaking about all sorts of things about the system, that was not something that we would have provided to a customer. We would have said, go and get an expert and get them to do it. So I don't think this is out of the ordinary course of business. But if you went beyond a statement of fact, here's the document, this is what I took off, and you can examine it with all the bits and pieces that are in the earlier section. But that's fact. Expert opinion, no. That definitely not. We're not in that business. That's what I think.
Well, when it says, looky here, it says subject to the limits below, analyse, so it's analysing fault logs for the devices from which the records of transactions were obtained in order to check the records of transactions extracted by that query.
In order to check the integrity of records.
Integrity of records. Where there's analysis of fault logs,
well,
what's your view on that?
Okay, I looked at this, and the fact that the fault log is there is a statement of fact. And when you look at it, you see that there are various faults, so you have to describe them. I think it's important to talk about checking the integrity of the records. You said this elsewhere in my statement, but in my view, integrity means uncorrupted, whole and complete, but it doesn't mean accurate, which is what we're coming down to, the question of whether there were discrepancies in the cash account. And I think this is the word that was used, integrity, earlier on when they were in these other system specifications, when they were talking about security. It's all about security, not tampered with.
You've heard, I understand you've listened to some of the evidence of the inquiry.
Some of them here, not all by any means, but I tried to prepare myself as best I could.
And have you heard, for example, of the Clark advice of the 15th of July 2013?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't, no.
Referring to Post Office's use of Gareth Jenkins as an expert witness.
Well, that surprises me, and it's not something that I would have expected Fujitsu to do.
If a Fujitsu employee was being used to provide expert evidence, my understanding is you think that something like that should have gone to the board?
Definitely, and I would have made sure in those, or me, but what I would expect is that expert witness would have been properly advised by an independent solicitor.
Can you explain why in this case, or this time, the use of Fujitsu witnesses such as Gareth Jenkins wasn't raised at a board level?
As I've said, because when you say at this time, do you mean 2013?
No, sorry, I'm so sorry, at the time of this document, 2000.
Right. What I'm saying is I don't think that witness statements of fact would have been necessary, and I'm not critical of that. I'm very critical of the use of a Fujitsu employee as an expert witness if they're not properly advised by an independent legal counsel.
And can you offer a view on why that latter issue didn't come to the board of Fujitsu?
Well, I don't know when it started, so I can't tell you, but I suspect it's more ignorance than anything else. I doubt that the security people that you're talking here really understand the difference. Their mind is always on integrity, untampered with, not corrupted. It's not about being an expert witness.
Could we turn the page, please? It referred to limits,
Yes.
and we see at Roman 4 and Roman 5, there are Fujitsu service obligations in 2 and 1 and 2 above shall be limited in aggregate to dealing with a maximum of 150 in aggregate record queries.
Yes.
Have you, the inquiry's heard evidence about Fujitsu's remuneration in respect of witness evidence produced. Did you have any knowledge of that remuneration?
No.
The
document can come down, thank you.
Well, just before we do, Mr. Stevens, I just want to be clear, Mr. Christou. One can haggle about the interpretation of contractual clauses, and I would just like your help as a very senior person in Fujitsu as to two matters. First of all, in your opinion, and I stress in your opinion, does the clause that we just looked at oblige Fujitsu to provide a witness to give opinion evidence?
No.
Right. So have you got any idea how it came to be, if it is the case, that from approximately the mid-2000s, that is around 2004, 2005, a Fujitsu employee, and we all know who it is, Mr. Jenkins, was making witness statements which included opinion evidence?
I do not know, sir. I do not know.
But I think you do agree with Mr. Stevens that such activity, if it were to be approved, should have been approved by the board.
I do, yes.
Fine, thank you.
The matters the chair was to which the chair was just referring, who within your reporting line would have been responsible for oversight of this litigation support?
Martin Bennett, I think, is the correct one. I mean, he's a long way down because he, I don't know whether he was still there in that time, 2005.
And is in 2003, is the reporting line from either Martin Bennett or his replacement through David Courtley?
Yes, yes. Well, through the managing director of Pathway to Courtley to me, yes.
Could we please look at FUJ 403534? This is my last topic.
Yep.
These are actually draft minutes, but I want to take you to a part of them. It's on the 20th of August 2002, a meeting of the FSMC. Could we look at page 14, please? If we could go down to relationship with the UK government. Mr. Christou reported that the government was our biggest customer and it was essential that we had a good relationship with them. Renegotiating Libra had been very stressful. Just to pause there, that's nothing to do with the post office, I understand. Libra?
No, this is nothing to do with the Post Office at all.
And all the permanent secretaries were aware of the negotiations that had taken place. During the last year, we had again been a topic of conversation as a pathway and HMCE contracts were being renegotiated. While these negotiations were ongoing, it was important not to be too friendly, or else we risk weakening our position. However, we were now able to build on relationships. Mr. Christou had visited all the permanent secretaries, and he had also joined them on a training weekend. Consequently, although there was room for improvement, we were on good terms with them, and they are, by and large, all satisfied with the service Fujitsu Services provide. When you say all the permanent secretaries there, is that every permanent secretary to each government department, or just those to which Fujitsu had contracted with?
No, I mean the ones that we were dealing with, yeah.
You go on to say, Mr. Christou added that the relationship with the DTI was good. He was having talks with representatives both in his capacity as a member of various DTI committees and also as a service provider.
Yeah.
How often did you meet with representatives of the Department for Trade and Industry?
Actually, quite often, because there were various fora. You know, they used to get all the IT people together, for instance, and we met on numerous occasions. I had the minister's name was Patricia something in those days. I can't remember the last name, but I used to spend quite a lot of time with her.
Patricia Hewitt.
That's right, Patricia Hewitt. And there was the permanent secretary. I'm afraid I can't remember the name, but we used to visit them quite regularly because we had Elgar with them, which was a very large project.
At any point when you met with representatives of DTI, did you discuss the actual adequacy of the Horizon IT system?
No, it was never the topic of discussion. We were always talking about our contract with them.
From 2003 onwards, did you ever meet with representatives of the shareholder executive?
Could you be more, the shareholder?
Sorry, the shareholder executive, a government agency that managed the government shareholding interest in companies, including Post Office?
No, I didn't know anything about that, no.
Standing back, having examined the documents that you've seen today, do you consider there to have been, in your view, any relevant management failings within Fujitsu that was relevant to the prosecution of sub-postmasters?
I think the issue comes down to this question of, I'm sorry to keep on mentioning Gareth Jenkins, how he came to be an expert witness. And I can't answer that question, but I think that's the nub of it. I've always felt that it was the processes of information flow that led to the prosecutions that were the cause of the problem, rather than, if you like, bugs in the system itself. But I can't answer that.
So those are all the questions I have. Before I turn to see if there are any from core participants, do you have any questions?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Ms. Page, Ms. Page, I think that's it. 5 or 10 minutes worth of questions.
Well, then, can we ask the shorthand writer whether she'd like a break before Ms. Page asks questions, or whether she'd prefer to have a maximum of 10 minutes and then have a lunch break, in effect?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're fine to continue, sir.
Fine. Then, sorry to impose a 10-minute time limit on you, Ms. Page, but I think that's reasonably fair in the circumstances.
No difficulty at all, sir. Thank you very much. I want to ask you a few questions, please, about whistleblowing. The Bates litigation established as fact that there were bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system, which could and did cause errors in post office branch accounts. Now, you don't appear to accept that means that Fujitsu failed to deliver a product to Post Office, an accounting system that was fit for purpose. But nevertheless, there might be those who do. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No,
there?
I understand where you're coming from. I mean, and what I'm saying is not to mitigate. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I do not mitigate the seriousness of the miscarriage of justice. That's the first point. But the issue to me is, first of all, fitness for purpose was never part of the codified agreement. It was specifically excluded. What we did was to agree a specification, agree acceptance tests with the Post Office, and that was the basis of the contract. We accept, I accept now, having heard everything and the appeals against the cases, there were bugs. I don't believe that it was the bugs that caused the issue. The issue is that these discrepancies weren't properly presented in evidence. That's what I think. Why it happened, I'm not competent to say, but that's my view.
All right. Well, what I want to ask you about is Mr. David McDonnell, who gave evidence to this inquiry about the shockingly bad development of the EPOS code. And Mr. Stevens this morning has taken you to the documents dealing with how that was managed within Pathway, both in 1998 and in 2000. Now, I don't need to go back over what you've said already. You don't criticise the way that what you say the technical issue was managed. Nevertheless, at the time and subsequently, Mr. McDonnell was deeply critical of the way that that was managed. And he gave evidence about the fact that he was sidelined as a result, moved into a different role. So what I want to ask you about is what process was there for him to blow the whistle at the time? What process was there for him to take his concerns higher when the management of Pathway refused to accept what he was saying?
Well, in those days, there was certainly no whistleblowing procedure. That's the first thing, and I don't think people thought about it in those days. What I will say to you is that I never shut the door to my office. If he had felt sufficiently strongly, he could have come and seen me. That's all I can say. I don't actually know him, but if somebody had come and seen me, then I would have investigated. It might not have meant a different decision, but he didn't. So that's all I can tell you.
A different area, but still on whistleblowing. The inquiry has now seen ample evidence that Fujitsu support teams were effectively able to tamper with branch accounts without the sub-postmaster knowing. And that wasn't for a short period, that was over many, many years. So in effect, the security designs put in place just didn't stand up to the reality test. The support teams were given privileged access on what we've seen referred to as a needs-must basis. And that continued not only through your time, but also for many years subsequently, really all the way through until the group litigation. And it was really only the testimony of a Panorama whistleblower, who then became a whistleblower in the Bates litigation, Mr. Richard Roll, that actually started the process of finding out the truth. And obviously in all of that time, there were many employees within Fujitsu's support team who knew what was going on and knew about the ability to tamper with branch accounts. And indeed, there were many concerns raised from the mid-2000s onwards about it. So again, why were there no Fujitsu whistleblowers? What happened? Why did nobody come forward?
Well, I'll make 2 points to you. First of all, I don't like the word tamper. That's a pejorative term. Secondly, my understanding is, and I knew nothing about this particularly at the time, that these alterations were made in conjunction with the Post Office in order to correct various issues. That's what I saw coming out of the evidence. Why were there no whistleblowers coming forward? You'd have to ask the potential whistleblowers in Fujitsu. All I'm saying to you is nobody came to me and blew any whistles.
You don't take any responsibility?
No.
So you don't...
I'm not mitigating that there is a gross miscarriage of justice. And if you think I don't feel for the postmasters and the sub-postmasters, you're wrong. I do feel. And I also feel aggrieved that what I felt was a good system has been put into such disrepute. But I'm not responsible for it. And I've told you before, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it like this, perhaps with more respect. I've said before that the real issue is the way the prosecutions were handled and the flows of information. Why there were no whistleblowers and what they would have told me if there were any, I don't know. And I'm sorry about that, but I can't help you further.
Let me just ask you this final question. When concerns first started to be raised about the possibility that Fujitsu could insert transactions, if you don't like tamper, that's what they were doing, could insert transactions into branch accounts without postmasters knowing. When those concerns first started to be raised, why was there no concerted effort by Fujitsu management to find out the truth?
I don't know when they were raised, and you're assuming that there was none, and you're insisting on the word tampered, so I'm afraid my answer is I don't know.
Thank you. Those are my questions, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Is that it, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir, that's it. Yes, that's it from the core participants and Mr. Christou's evidence.
So, Mr. Christou, thank you very much for making two statements, written statements, that is, and for giving evidence to the inquiry this morning. I'm grateful to you. I think we'll now adjourn, shall we, and take our lunch break. So what time shall we resume?
1:30, please, sir.
Fine. All right, then.
Okay.
See you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear me?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. So this afternoon we're going to hear from Mr. Tait.
Yeah.
As we are starting at 1:30, we are likely to have 2 afternoon breaks today.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you.
Take the book in the right hand, please. And repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you give your full name, please?
My name is Duncan Andrew Tait.
Mr. Tait, you should have in front of you a witness statement dated the 21st of May 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could I please ask you to turn to page 67 and confirm that that is your signature?
It is.
Thank you. And is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you. That statement has a unique reference number of WITN 035701000, and that will be uploaded onto the inquiry's website. Just to begin, by way of a little bit of background, you started your career at BAE Systems in around 1985, is that correct?
That is true.
You worked for a number of different firms, largely in IT-related roles.
That is true.
You joined Fujitsu in 2009.
I did.
I think you came in straight at managing director level
I did.
in what was then the private sector division.
Yep.
In very simple terms, where did that division fall within the overall hierarchy of Fujitsu?
So the private sector division reported directly to the UK and Ireland CEO. And there were a number of other divisions. There was a government business division. And then I think there were 2 or 3 divisions that delivered services into those. So, for instance, there was a core division and an applications division where the bulk of the people in the business worked.
Thank you. I think you've said in your witness statement that the post office business fell within the private sector division because the intention was for it to go private.
Yes, that was my understanding when I joined.
Thank you. When you were managing director, you reported directly to the CEO, who was at that time Roger Gilbert, is that right?
That's true.
In 2011, you became CEO.
I did, in April 2011.
Thank you. And from April, you were CEO for UK and Ireland. And then over time, you took more and more countries. I think in 2014, you were CEO for Europe, Middle East, India, and Africa.
That's right.
Including the UK at that time.
Including the UK.
2015, you were appointed to the board.
Of Fujitsu in Japan, yes.
And 2016, you became responsible for the Americas. Is that in addition to EMIA and the...
That is in addition to those.
So your portfolio expanded and expanded as the years went by?
It did.
When did you leave Fujitsu?
I left at the end of July 2019.
Thank you. During your time at Fujitsu, how significant was the post office as a customer?
Well, Fujitsu was the post office was one of the larger clients within the private sector division and formed a reasonable part of Fujitsu UK and Ireland. But obviously, the further you go up the company, then it becomes a smaller part, but nonetheless important.
Thank you. Perhaps we could start with a presentation by your predecessor as CEO. If we could turn to FUJ 00116969. It is a business update that was produced by Roger Gilbert. You would have been managing director at the time that this was produced.
Okay.
It's coming up. Thank you. Do you recall this document from your time at Fujitsu?
I don't recall it precisely, but some of the things from reading it prior to arriving here today, some of the concepts in there I'm familiar with.
Thank you. If we scroll down, please, and over to page 3. Thank you very much. One of the objectives in 2011 seems to have been to increase the number of 30 million plus accounts. And we see there a chart separating out private sector and government. we see RMG, would that be the Royal Mail Group?
Yes,
And would the Post Office fall within that category?
it would.
So am I right to understand from this chart that, at least as at 2011, the Royal Mail Group was one of the biggest clients, one of the largest in terms of the amount of money?
Yes, it would. This was if I understand the chart correctly, this is accounts with revenues of more than £30 million per annum.
Yes, and they're a relatively small number. We see it separated out by private sector and government. So in the private sector, there aren't that many.
Yes.
And they're not in alphabetical order. Are we to read into that the Royal Mail Group was the most significant in terms of income, or is there some other reason, do you think?
I don't know the reason for choosing the order of those accounts. There would also have been one with Thomson Reuters there, which also would have been very significant at the time, but I don't understand the order of those.
Who were your main points of contact at the Post Office, both when you were Managing Director and then subsequently as CEO?
When I first joined, my main point of contact would have been the Chief Operating Officer, who was Mr. Mike Young. Then when I was promoted to become CEO of Fujitsu UK and Ireland, then there would have been a number of people. I think Leslie Shule at some point, there would have been Ms. Venables, and for a period of time after that, there would have been also been Mike Young would still have been in the company for a period of time after I became CEO.
So was your liaison, your relationship when you were CEO, largely with your equivalent CEO or perhaps COO?
I would say, no, but it wasn't that rigid from a hierarchical perspective. I would have spoken to the CEO and to other members of the executive committee.
Thank you. That document can come down. Can you assist us with the committees within Fujitsu that might look into risks arising from your relationship with the Post Office? What were the key committees that you would be involved in?
In terms of formal statutory committees, there was a corporate governance committee that I recall. There was also an audit and risk committee. And then there were a number, if you think about those being statutory committees, those were the two.
Thank you. And would the Post Office be a standing item on those committees, or would they just be raised on an ad hoc basis?
Well, the process of managing risk in the company was both top-down and bottom-up. So wherever there was risk, you would have expected those to be reflected on the risk registers.
And who typically sat on those committees?
It would have been the chairman of whichever statutory entity it was, and key members of probably of the executive committee, and I would imagine a member of the legal community as well.
Thank you. So likely a general counsel or equivalent would also attend those?
I think so.
Could we please turn to your witness statement on paragraph 73? It's on page 24. There's no need for you to turn to it. It should come up on screen. It's WITN 035-70100. Thank you. And it's page 24 that I'd like to start with. I'm just going to take you to two passages from your witness statement. The first is paragraph 73, and you say there, I recall being made aware of sub-postmasters' claims regarding Horizon's lack of data integrity shortly after joining Fujitsu. My understanding at the time was that these claims were unfounded. The Post Office had been involved in some proceedings against sub-postmasters, and that Fujitsu had assisted Post Office with these proceedings on occasion. I did not know the details of those proceedings. And paragraph 75, please, which is on page 27. If we scroll down just the next paragraph, please. Thank you. You say there, while I became aware of sub-postmasters' claims shortly after joining Fujitsu, I did not understand that Fujitsu was assisting Post Office in proceedings against its sub-postmasters on a regular basis until later. Indeed, I do not recall being aware that Post Office was being assisted by Fujitsu until at a meeting, Ms. Venables asked me to thank my team for its assistance with the prosecutions. I did not reveal that I was not aware of this assistance. I do not recall the date of this meeting. You started in 2009, you left in 2019.
Yes.
When approximately during that period did you become aware, first of all, that any prosecutions were taking place, that Fujitsu had a role in?
I think the word prosecutions is very specific, as I now understand, and I think probably around the time Ms. Venables mentioned it to me the time you just referenced a few moments ago. However, there is a document from 2009 when I first joined, which I think would also be quite useful to see.
Yes. Well, we'll go to that document, so I'm going to take you chronologically.
Okay.
But you say here, I don't recall the date of the meeting. So it seems as though it certainly became prominent to you at a meeting with Ms. Venables. And really my question is, when approximately would that meeting have taken place?
I can't recall when that meeting, I mean, clearly it must have been after Ms. Venables was appointed CEO of the Post Office, but I don't recall exactly when that meeting was.
Very approximate. We've got a 10-year period to cover.
It must have been around 2012 or 13.
Thank you. Do you recall when, if at all, the issue of prosecutions was raised at board level within your firm?
I'm not sure it was.
Not even until 2019?
Do you mean Fujitsu board in... I'm not supposed to be asking.
You assist me. I mean, at any level of the various boards that we've already heard about, do you think that prosecutions were raised?
I don't think so.
Let's go chronologically, and we're going to start with your first few months at Fujitsu. Could we please turn to FUJ 00174184184, please? We're going to start October 2009. Thank you. I'm going to start on the bottom email. Now, there is an email from Susie Kirkham. I believe she was the Royal Mail Group account manager at Fujitsu. Is that something that you recall?
I do.
And Gavin Bounds, can you assist us with who he is? Because we see his name on quite a few of these emails.
So Mr. Bounds was a senior executive who was responsible for the Post Office account. He was what was known as a business unit director and would have worked directly for me.
And what was your relationship with him?
I was his immediate line manager.
And in terms of your personal relationship, did you get on well? Did you have a free and frank exchange?
Yes, I would say so.
She says as follows: I have detailed below a brief summary of the sub-postmaster claim that Horizon fails to maintain the integrity of branch accounts if the branch experiences technical issues. Horizon has been running, and she produces a response. We can see, in fact, the subject is Horizon Data Integrity Publicity Briefing Summary. She says, Horizon has been running for around 10 years, during which time Post Office has had to handle a number of legal cases surrounding system integrity, mostly from apparently disgruntled or fraudulent sub-postmasters. Fujitsu has twice appeared in court to support Post Office. Only once has Post Office conceded its case, and this was at a time when the audit trails were too short to provide sufficient evidence to refute a sub-postmaster's claims. In recent weeks, a number of sub-postmasters are again querying the data integrity of Horizon and are claiming that they are owed money by the Post Office due to inaccurate branch accounts. These sub-postmasters are talking to the press, London News, and trying to gain some momentum to support their case. It's even rumoured that the BBC is considering a watchdog programme on the subject. Post Office is trying to head off this possible escalation of interest by preparing a stock of simple responses to possible questions from the media or from interest groups. I have summarised below the timeline that details when Post Office asked Fujitsu for assistance in compiling this information. She then goes on to give a timeline. And we see there the bottom two bullet points on the page. It refers to a conference And she says, during the conference call, the Post Office requested from Fujitsu a short paper to describe how Horizon maintains the integrity of the branch accounts when certain issues affect the branch. For example, blue screen, hardware failure, report requested to be given to Dave Smith by the 2nd of October. And then it refers to Gareth Jenkins. Just pausing there, was Gareth Jenkins somebody who you knew personally?
No, I don't believe I've ever met Gareth Jenkins.
Was he somebody who you ever emailed directly or corresponded with directly?
I don't believe so.
No. Fujitsu architects spent the best part of one day completing the report. The finished report was passed, and it gives the name, before being sent to Dave Smith. Report was sent to Dave Smith on the 2nd of October, late morning, just prior to the second conference call. If we could scroll down, thank you very much. I spoke to Andy McLean on the 5th of October, etc., and that's where it ends on the 5th of October. The final paragraph says, in summary, our body of evidence is mature, so we're well placed to help Post Office today, but when Horizon Online is installed in 2010, much of our existing material will become irrelevant, so allegations of system failures in the future may take more work in preparing evidence or explanations. So a body of evidence has been gathered and put together in order, it seems, to protect, to rebut or answer allegations of, for example, system failures. We see, if we scroll to the top of the first page, please, it's sent to you by Gavin Bounds, and he says, Duncan, a heads up in case questions from Roger and or the client. I asked Susie, RMG account manager, to summarise our involvement in assisting the Post Office rebut sub-postmasters' allegations made public of flawed data integrity caused by Horizon, leading to inaccurate accounts and thus monies owed. Please see below. Do you recall receiving this?
I don't recall seeing it. I remember some of the things from it, but I've largely relied on the document provided to me by the inquiry.
Relatively early on in your time at Fujitsu, do you recall somebody bringing to your attention concerns that are being raised by sub-postmasters about flawed data integrity caused by Horizon?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Even if you don't remember this specific email, the general topic, complaints from sub-postmasters relating to data integrity issues and Horizon, was that something that you were aware of?
I must have been aware because I have this email in front of me, but it was not a topic of conversation in the meetings that I was involved with in my early days in Fujitsu.
I'm going to take you to, very briefly, to the report that's referred to from Gareth Jenkins in this email. That's at FUJ 30080526. This is the report that's referred to in that summary. It's entitled Horizon Data Integrity. It's produced by Gareth Jenkins. We see at the top there it has both Post Office and Fujitsu logos. Do you recall that being quite a common thing for both parties' logos to be placed on documents?
I think it would have been normal practice for whichever customer Fujitsu was engaging with.
Thank you. And if we scroll down to the bottom, we can see the date at the very bottom. It has there the second, this particular version, the 2nd of October 2009. If we turn over to page 5, please, it explains the purpose. This document is submitted to Post Office for information purposes only and without prejudice. In the event that the Post Office requires information in support of a legal case, Fujitsu will issue a formal statement. This document is a technical description of the measures that are built into Horizon to ensure data integrity, including a description of several failure scenarios and descriptions as to how those measures apply in each case. Were you aware that Fujitsu was providing information to the Post Office that related to Horizon data integrity?
I think I was generally aware that Fujitsu was assisting the Post Office.
Thank you. Page 7, we can see the scenarios are set out in this document. It says as follows: it should be noted that these scenarios are all to do with equipment failures, and these will always be visible to Fujitsu through the event logs which are retained. So it's not a document that in any way goes into what we know as bugs, errors, and defects. It only relates to equipment failures at this particular time.
Okay.
So this isn't a report that you were aware of?
No.
No. Could we please turn to FUJ 00156-064? Can I just clarify in relation to your earlier answer? Were you aware that Fujitsu was at least providing some degree of assurance to the Post Office with regards to the reliability of the Horizon system?
If I go to the email you showed me, the Susie Kirkham email,
Yes.
it is clear in there is some type of assistance being provided.
Yes. Relating to the Horizon system,
Yes.
and that is something that you would have been aware of in your early days, months as managing director.
And I think, Mr. Blake, having that I clearly received that email, so I must have read that email.
Thank you. If we could start on page 2 of this document, please. The bottom email in the chain. This is an email from Susie Kirkham to Gavin Bounds. Now, this is the same substance, but it's actually slightly updated. So I think the first one that we saw was called I think it may have been referred to as a draft or something along those lines. It's clear that by the 7th of December, there has been some small amendments to that form of words. If we scroll down, please, over the page, you'll see that I took you to the bullet points before, and it was the 5th of October was the final bullet point, and there's now one more bullet point which says as follows. It says, I spoke with Dave Smith on the 3rd of December, and he mentioned that the data integrity issue had reappeared. It has been taken up by a Welsh MP who also happens to be a barrister. He is threatening to bring an early day motion in the House. Dave is meeting him in Parliament on Thursday, the 10th of December, but at this stage didn't feel he needed any attendance by Fujitsu. However, he was alerting us to the fact that this has reappeared. So in that timeline, amongst other things referring to the Gareth Jenkins integrity report, we're now told that there is an issue has been raised, not only, I think there was earlier reference to newspapers, but now also parliamentarians. Is that something you would have been aware of?
Could you just scroll back up, please?
Absolutely. Well, in fact, it may assist. If we go up a little bit more, we can see the chain. So it seems as though the same document, same briefing has been sent to you again, the updated version, because you respond there on the 9th of December saying, okay, are you on top of this? So it seems as though you've been sent the updated version and are following that up.
Yeah.
Is that something you recall?
So I'm not sure I would have read the email. It looked like the previous email I've received, and then I reply all on here to ask, are they on top of it?
Yes. And could we scroll up, please? And I'm going to read you the rest of the chain. Anne Sinclair replies, copying or sending to you, and she says as follows, Gavin, I'll brief the press office. We should prepare an FAQ/statement to have in our back pocket if required. And I also want to explore doing some proactive work with them too. For example, getting some positive stories out there, building some bridges with journalists who might pick this up. And then above that, Mr. Bounds emails Susie Kirkham, and he says, Susie, can you liaise with Anne, please? And that's Anne Sinclair. Who was Anne Sinclair?
I think Anne Sinclair was the marketing manager for the private sector division.
Thank you. So within your division, you would have been her ultimate manager.
She had a dotted line to me and worked hard line to the UK and Ireland marketing leader.
Thank you. At this stage, you're now not copied into this correspondence, and I'd like to read the above two emails. So the first one, directly above, says, Anne, can we also have our press office hook up with the post office press office team on this too? I think this is hotting up, so we need to be in sync and both using aligned/supporting messages. Susie can facilitate your introductions here. And this is the response from Anne Sinclair, sent to Gavin Bounds and also Susie Kirkham. She says, Gavin, following discussions with our press folks and Susie on Monday, we have agreed that we need to downplay the situation as much as possible. We don't want to get too drawn into the debate as we are only a supplier. There is a document that addresses all the technical questions that was produced for the Post Office for a meeting with MPs last week. We should not contact the Post Office press office. If press contact us, we will send them on to the Post Office press office and not comment. We will flag to Grayling, our public affairs agency, to get them to keep their ears open for parliamentary questions, etc. We'll keep an eye on this, and if it looks like the situation is changing and or becoming higher profile, obviously we will review with you. Was that approach something that you knew about at the time?
No, it was not.
Was it something, as the managing director of Fujitsu, should have been run past you, that kind of a strategy?
Mr. Blake, I would say we put in place to run each of these businesses senior executives. We expect them to be able to run their businesses accordingly.
And who is the senior executive that would be responsible for this kind of a policy?
The business unit director for Post Office was Mr. Bounds.
Mr. Bounds, Gavin Bounds?
Yes.
He would ultimately report to you?
Indeed.
But it's your evidence that in terms of this kind of a strategy, downplaying the situation, it would be him who takes the call on that, who makes the call on that?
Indeed. I mean, I'm not copied, so it's difficult to say what they're trying to downplay here.
The email to you, though, that additional bullet point that I took you to, brings in a member of Parliament is now concerned. Wouldn't issues such as that, so matters affecting the press, Parliament, wouldn't they be matters to raise with the managing director?
Probably. I'm not convinced I read that email because it looked exactly like the first email that I had received.
Yes. But it's clear that Anne Sinclair has read that email and come up with a strategy and discussed it with Susie Kirkham. Is that not something, given that it related to, for example, a parliamentarian, something that, involving one of your biggest customers, that should have reached your level?
I think it depends on the situation.
And looking at this situation, what is your view?
The situation from reading the email is that there are no hint in here that the data integrity issues raised are real. There's a reference that Ms. Kirkham makes in her email to say that we have a strong body of evidence, and there's a document produced to show how integrity is maintained in Horizon.
Yes. We also have London News being interested, a watchdog programme potentially on the horizon, and also an MP interested. In those kinds of circumstances, we have your evidence that it didn't ultimately go to you in terms of the strategy. But in terms of whether it should or shouldn't have gone to you, what is your view?
Depends on the situation. If the situation
I'm
is
telling you the situation.
If the situation's very, very serious and the team believes that they need my involvement in that, then I would expect them to escalate it. If they believe that there was no integrity issues and that then, therefore, this is something at play in the media but has no substance, then there would be no need for me to involve me in that.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to early 2010 and the Horizon Online pilot. In 2010, you were still managing director.
Yes.
Were you quite closely involved in the rollout of Horizon Online and the pilots of Horizon Online?
There were several accounts that needed my attention during that period when I joined as managing director, and Post Office was certainly one of them.
Yes. I mean, compared to, for example, being the CEO and your increasing role in wider regions,
Yeah.
when you were just managing director, just of the private company area,
Yeah.
would you have been relatively involved in the pilot?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Could we please turn to FUJ 3093031? We're going to see this is a review that took place of the integrity of, now we refer to it as Horizon Online HNGX. You're not on the circulation list, you're not an author, but I would just like to read some of the content to you and see if you were familiar. Are you familiar with this particular document at all, other than being provided by the inquiry?
I don't think I've ever seen this, but I can see it from information you've provided.
Looking at the circulation list, who is the person that you would have liaised with the most out of all of those people? Or perhaps who's the most senior of the distribution list?
Maz Kostouche is probably the most senior person on that list.
And did they have a direct line of reporting to you?
I think Maz did at that time, yes.
If we scroll down, I'm just going to read you a few paragraphs. So it begins with the terms of reference. Following the occurrence of a transaction being duplicated on the HNGX branch database, Stuart Rye and Paul Roberts were asked to review the counter-application architecture and design and ensure that it fully supports the need to protect the integrity of financial transactions. The scope is focused on the integrity of the counter-application in relation to financial transactions captured at the counter. It does not extend to data migration or other transient issues caused by the switch from Horizon to Horizon Online. Background: the objective of the Horizon Online program is to develop a system with structural and operational characteristics that substantially reduce ongoing support and maintenance costs with respect to the current Horizon system. So just pausing there, were you aware that one of the objectives, or a key objective of Horizon Online, was essentially to save costs in the everyday operation?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. A key component of Horizon Online is the counter application. In reference to the Horizon counter application, the online version retains the operational data, e.g. reference data, and business logic, but transactional information is stored directly in the data center. I'll take you to the next paragraph. It says it is currently in pilot with 12 branches. So by this time, 9th of February 2010, it was only in 12 branches. Mm-hmm. On the 28th of January 2010, the Data Reconciliation Service process detected an error in a banking transaction. Subsequent investigations revealed that the branch database had 2 transactions with different journal sequence numbers, but the same session sequence number for a specific counter on that day, but the third-party banking system only had 1 transaction. The clerk did not know that a duplicate transaction had been created. So reading that, it seems as though the person operating the Horizon platform wouldn't have known that there was this error. An analysis of the database has revealed one other occurrence, again in Derby, but on a different day, also involving a different clerk. This had not been detected by the Data Reconciliation Service, as it did not contain a banking component, and there is no other business reconciliation which might have spotted it. The net effect would be that the post office and the branch records would not match. Where this happens, the post office investigates the branch and postmaster with a view to retraining or even uncovering fraud. It would seriously undermine post office credibility and possible historic cases if it could be shown that a discrepancy could be caused by a system error rather than postmaster/clerk action. More importantly, the central database as the system of record would be called into question. Were you aware in broad terms of issues cropping up in the rollout that had the potential to call into account the accounting integrity?
No.
Were you aware of the potential for an issue with accounting integrity to affect, as we see there, post office investigations?
No.
Again, as the new managing director, why wouldn't this have been brought to your attention?
I don't know. What I do know is other issues were brought to my attention during the rollout, but this was not.
And reading that final paragraph, that is quite a significant paragraph, isn't it?
It seems to be.
Both for your relationship with the post office and also in relation to those complaints that we had heard about in that earlier correspondence.
So my understanding, Mr. Blake, is this is about HNGX and not about Horizon.
Yes. Irrespective of whether this relates to Horizon Online or what we know as Legacy Horizon, the statement that is contained in that final paragraph is quite significant, both for your relationship with the post office, but also for individuals, any individuals who are, for example, investigated by the post office.
Oh, without question, yes.
Could we turn to FUJ 30/94392? If we start on the bottom email, please, and if we go over the page slightly, we can see that this is an email from Jean-Philippe Prenevost. Were you aware of who that was?
No.
So he was legal counsel, it seems, within Fujitsu, so internal lawyer. He emails Alan Dalvarez, and he says as follows: "Hi Alan, further to our discussion on Friday, please find below the two comments I had raised." And this is commenting on the document that we've just seen.
Okay.
And he says as follows: first paragraph, page 2, "The following section is potentially problematic." And he quotes there, "It would seriously undermine post office credibility and possibly historic cases if it could be shown that a discrepancy could be caused by a system error rather than the postmaster/clerk action. Most importantly, the central database as a system of record would be called into question." So that's the bit that I just took you to. And he says as follows: "As discussed, there's no need to paint this in the worst possible light. I would suggest the following as being accurate without being unduly alarmist. If it could be shown that a discrepancy could be caused by a system error rather than a postmaster/clerk action, it could potentially call into question the effectiveness of the central database as a system of record." Quite significantly changing the meaning of that sentence. Do you agree with that?
Yes. I've not seen this document prior to being shared by the inquiry, but...
Yes, you're not copied in. If we scroll up above, there's an answer from Mr. Dalvarez, and he says as follows: "After review with legal, see email below, 2 amendments have been made to the documents, and in both cases, the sections referred to have been removed. as they do not materially add to the primary purpose of the review, which is to determine whether the solution as designed would protect data integrity. As I say, you're not on this email chain. Mm-hmm. Were you aware of a sensitivity within the business about these issues?
No.
Again, would it surprise you as managing director not to be aware of these sensitivities?
With hindsight, yes, but it was not shared with me at the time.
And looking at the recipients here, who would you have expected to have shared it with you?
So it's largely from what I can see, I don't recognise all of the names, it's largely a technical team. I would say probably Maz Christou, as I said before, is the most senior person.
Were they on any of the kinds of committees that we've been speaking about?
Not to my knowledge.
Could we please turn to FUJ 001742990? And it's the bottom email I'd like to take you to. We're still with the pilot and rollout of Horizon Online. 6th of April 2010. Thank you. So it's the bottom half of page 1, please. Mr. Bounds sends you a list of issues arising at that time. He says as follows: Duncan, the new Post Office CEO, Dave Smith, started today. Mike Young mentioned before he went away that when the new CEO arrived, he would likely be reaching out to Richard in his first few days in the role. By way of a briefing for Richard, please review the following. Horizon Online pilot was progressing well and moved into day 1 of high volume pilot. So we're now going to 215 branches on Thursday, the 25th of March. 208 branches were successfully rolled out, a good outcome. And then it says, then began a catalogue of outages/issues as follows. And it has a table of different issues. For example, the first one we see in that middle column, 2 Horizon Online service outages affecting all branches. If we look at the bottom entry there, there's reference to a client meeting. The client stated at a meeting on the 1st of April that they would not allow high volume pilot to move ahead until A, they had seen the findings of an independent report on our CS operations, giving them assurance that we were correctly resourced and had our events reporting under control, and also that fixes were deployed for various issues. We see on the right-hand side of that, if we scroll up slightly, that in terms of the report on the operations, you now have underway a report that's being written by somebody called Rachel Dacker. I think you've said in your witness statement that she wasn't independent in the sense that she wasn't external to Fujitsu. You chose to pursue that internally.
That's right.
And what was the reason for that?
My understanding is the Post Office account team wanted to bring in someone with experience in Fujitsu who was independent of the team that was deploying Horizon Online. And Rachel was you can see here, the operations director for our retail business unit.
Thank you. Number 3, there's reference there to Belfast data centres suffering a power surge. And then we come to a list of things that are to be moved to red alert. Can you assist us with what red alert was, please?
As I recall, red alert was an internal process that account teams could engage with to bring more of the company's resources to bear on a particular issue they were facing.
And there's reference there to 2 major incidents, one with Horizon network banking issues, another with MoneyGram issues. And below that, we also have other major incidents. Debit card authorization agent failed in a resilient pair, Horizon network banking issue, proxy radius server issue affecting ISDN sites. And I just want to read to you the paragraphs, 2 paragraphs below. He says, the above reflects the significant issues we've experienced over a short time span. Just pausing there, were you aware of those kinds of issues being experienced in relation to the rollout of Horizon Online?
I would have been aware of, I think, most of these issues.
Relationships with the Post Office leadership are tense, and we're clearly on the back foot. Dave Smith, as in the CIO that has just retired from the Post Office, takes with him a maturity of approach and first-hand experience of the original rollout of Horizon. His counsel to Mike Young and the Post Office ET was, that's executive team I think, was that there were many large issues back then and that these should be expected now. Were you aware, we've had a whole phase looking at the original rollout. Were you aware of significant issues during the original rollout of Legacy Horizon?
No, I was not. Not at this time.
It looks as though Dave Smith was trusted because he had experienced the first rollout and was likely to be more accepting of issues this time round. Was that your understanding?
I'd never met Mr. Smith.
No. I think this was an email sent to you. Did you have any thoughts on that at the time?
No, I did not.
The reference to relationships with the Post Office leadership being tense, what was your understanding at that time?
I think that's about right. We were in the middle of a major rollout. That rollout was already significantly delayed, and then we have all of these technical issues.
And then it says, however, we do have a strong supporter in Andy McLean, the Post Office Service Director. Whilst not pleased with where we are, he advocates a logical, cooperative ethic to overcome issues and is concerned by some of the more emotional reactions he is seeing within the Post Office. What did you understand by emotional reactions?
Well, had I have sat in the shoes of either a sub-postmaster impacted by this or on the Post Office side, when the rollout is in progress, I would have had a similar emotional reaction to it.
Dave Smith from Parcel Force started today and has met with the Horizon Online Post Office team. Our contacts tell us that he is likely to take a more cautious stance towards restarting the pilot. The National Federation of Sub-Postmasters will not allow any more of their members' branches to be migrated to Horizon Online for the time being. The likely way forward is that the Post Office will look to deploy Horizon Online to all their Crown offices first to prove the system works and persuade the Federation to continue. So it seems as though there were real tensions at this point about even whether Horizon Online was going to be rolled out to various sub-postmasters around the country.
So I would agree with there were significant tensions. I think the question was, at what point do you roll out Horizon to the two branches, as opposed to do you only partially roll out the new version of Horizon?
Was that ever a threat from the Post Office, though, that they wouldn't proceed full stop with Horizon Online?
So I remember meetings and correspondence with Mr. Young, and certainly from documents provided by the inquiry, that Mr. Young did raise the view with us that he would rather cancel the Horizon Online program and he would go back to the previous version of Horizon. He did not want his operation messed up.
Thank you. And I'm actually going to take you to that correspondence now. Could we start with FUJ 30-95628, please? And we'll start on page 2. Thank you. There's an email from yourself to Roger Gilbert and Gavin Bounds, and you say as follows: I spoke to Mike Young on Friday morning. He was in good spirits but remains very concerned about Horizon Online. And Mr. Young has made 2 points. The first is the programme was reviewed at group level with Mike Young, Dave Smith and the group legal counsel and FD discussing options. The legal counsel admitted they have few levers to pull, but want some reassurance. The group input was based on the issues and experience that they had with CSC. Are you able to assist us with CSC?
That would be Computer Science Corporation, now known as DXC.
Thank you. Mike gave a balanced view of Fujitsu, good relationship, excellent track record of stability, positively engaging with Post Office, and made a difference to the business making its numbers last year. However, he has doubts about our ability to wrestle the program to the ground, and they remain worried about the later releases of the software as they relate directly to the Post Office's ability to grow revenue. His words to me were that he has pressure on him to consider a plan B. Now, is plan B what you were talking about before, that potentially they may pull the plug on the whole thing?
He never made that clear. It was, I would say, a threat that was left dangling in the air.
Their confidence has been knocked due to ongoing issues with Oracle stability, the data center outage, the outage caused by Fujitsu operator error last week. Mike has asked for the following. 1. Based on advice from group legal counsel, Mike feels he wants some assurance that the profit and loss for the account is sustainable over the short and long term, so they can see we can invest and provide the resources necessary to get the problems fixed. This will look like some form of an open book arrangement. What do you understand by open book arrangement?
For Fujitsu to reveal every last cost item that there is assigned to the program, and I think to the whole account.
2, he wants an independent review of the processes, tools, and resource on the program to assure themselves we are genuinely up to it. 3, finally, he wants Dave Smith to have some dialogue with, I think that's Richard Christou, so they can test the Japanese board's commitment to the account and program. A conference call or video conference would work. My view is it will be difficult, based upon where we are now, for us to resist 1 and 2, although there is some risk in those areas. So your the initial discussions have taken place, and your initial view is that, in fact, those first 2 would be difficult to resist. So the open book and the independent review. Is that right?
That's fair, yes.
And if we scroll up, please, to the first page. The very top of that page, please. We see an email from Guy Wilkerson. Who was Guy Wilkerson?
I think he was a hybrid legal commercial person on the Post Office account.
He says, in his responding there to Vince Fullwood, who I think has forwarded the earlier email chain, he says, as discussed, this isn't really a great surprise, and I'm sure we'd be doing the same thing if things were reversed. As they suggest, they're not entitled formally to an open book review, in my opinion, but this would be a confidence measure rather than a contractual arrangement on their part. They're hypersensitized to the stability issue. He then refers to the open book review, wasting a lot of time, and it's this final sentence that I want to ask you about. He says, an independent review will throw up all sorts of detail issues that can only delay the program. Were you aware internally of concerns about carrying out an independent review at this stage?
So this is an independent review of the accounts financials, Mr. Blake, if I read this email correctly.
Why do you think it's limited to that? I mean, if I take you to the discussion, in fact, I'll take you to the actual correspondence,
okay,
with Mr. Young, so we can look at that. But do you recall any reluctance to carry out any form of independent review at that stage?
So I should be clear. My understanding of this, it was an independent review of the program and not of data integrity, which I think is important as I understand this correctly. And then in terms of our concern, The concern would, certainly in terms of open book, would have been another opportunity for Post Office to try and reduce Fujitsu's fees or costs into them, which was a consistent theme of the conversations between the two organisations. The other risk, I think, for us at the time was the most important thing to do was resolve the Oracle issue. And diverting resources from the programme then into an independent review might have reduced their focus on what was the most important thing, which was the successful rollout of the HNGX programme.
Let's look at the subsequent correspondence between you. It starts at FUJ 3095658. And this is a letter to you from Mike Young, 10th of May 2010. I'll just read to you a few passages. The second paragraph starts by saying it was recognised during this review process that our relationship with Fujitsu is of long standing, has thus far proved fruitful to both parties and continues to play a pivotal role in the successful delivery of Post Office's products and services. But he then goes on in the next paragraph to talk about his requests in relation to the Horizon Online programme. He says, we would very much like to see the executive correspondence within Fujitsu related to the recent red alert. This, we feel, would give us an understanding of how the executive management within Fujitsu are aware and responding to some of the problems we have seen in rollout. So one of his requests is a bit more transparency from Fujitsu. The second, he says, additionally, we would like you to consider bringing in a qualified independent party and asking them to review and audit how the current programme is being run. And this last half of the sentence is important in the context of what you've just been saying, as well as testing resource and skill levels, both on the programme itself and other key initiatives that we have underway with Fujitsu. So it's both looking at resources and skills of those who are running the programme as well as the overall programme itself. Is that right?
That's fair.
Yes. And then your response is FUJ 3096312. If we start on page 2, please. Thank you. This is your response to that letter. So thank you for your letter. It starts 3 paragraphs down. It says, since your letter, I'm extremely pleased with the progress that has been made. We have located the source of the troubles and taken steps to rectify the issues, and we now have recommenced the pilot. Next paragraph. The cause of the issues that delayed high-volume pilot was deficiencies with the Oracle product code, and you've explained a lot about the Oracle issue in your witness statement. I'm not going to deal with that today. You say at the end of that paragraph, at this crucial phase of the programme, we can see no benefit and will not be pursuing a third-party review. So you are rejecting the proposal for an independent review at that stage.
Yes, it is. And my understanding is between Mr. Young's letter and this, that between Post Office and Fujitsu, there had been an attempt to agree a review with a third party, but it had not come to conclusion.
And was that because of concerns within Fujitsu that a independent review would, in the words of Mr. Wilkinson, throw up all sorts of detail issues that can only delay the programme?
I don't believe so.
What was your belief as to the reason why an independent review at that stage was not to be agreed to?
So during that period, I think you have 2 things. There's about 6 weeks period of time-ish, you might correct me, where between Fujitsu, Post Office and third parties to agree a scope and terms of reference. And that was not possible during that time. I think the other thing, Mr. Blake, is by time that this letter goes back from me to Mr. Young, it's clear what the real issue with the programme was. And the real issue with the programme was the Oracle code, which has since been fixed.
You then continue in this email. You will have seen the tremendous effort from Fujitsu. Thank you for your offer of assistance over red alert, but that's now been lowered, etc. So effectively trying to close off the issues that Mr. Young has raised in his letter. Is that a fair description, or to say that they have already been addressed or don't need addressing?
I think that we have taken measures to address the concerns around the programme, including the DACA review during that period of time, and that we're now back. And it was clear the real issue with this is the Oracle code, and that's now resolved, and we're able to deploy deploy into high volume rollout.
Could we turn to page 1, please? And we have his response. He says, "It won't surprise you to learn that I'm somewhat disappointed that it took so long to formally reply to my correspondence of the 10th of May, and with the apparent sea change on approach to some of our concerns. As my letter intimated, these areas of concern were brought to the fore in a Royal Mail Group review of the current Horizon contract. My understanding from our weekly calls was that you had taken advice from KPMG as to how you could go open book with us and therefore didn't foresee a problem in doing so. On the issue of having a qualified independent party audit to evaluate Fujitsu program execution along with staffing levels and skill base, I have been briefed that you have spoken to several entities to pursue this endeavour. Indeed, I was told that you were close to agreeing terms with one of these. Additionally, in our calls, you will recall, I'd asked whether there was a possibility of the Post Office owning the terms of reference, and again, this was something you were going to strongly consider. As it stands now, I feel I've been led down a journey on a number of months, just so that you can now say no. This doesn't reflect well on our relationship and will not be well received in the next review. I have, as a matter of course, been keeping the Post Office executive and the group executive aware of the progress I was told we were making in these areas." Just pausing there. The evidence that you've given in relation to your response was that things had changed, problems were over by then, and that they weren't necessary. It seems to have come as quite a surprise to Mr. Young. Were you aware of that?
I think, well, you can see from his email to me that he is disappointed that we have, at that point, pushed back on his requests.
There seems to be somewhat of a gulf between you as to whether matters are resolved or not resolved.
Oh, I would say, Mr. Blake, the matters were resolved because the programme at that point was back up and running. And as I said, the key area that was causing the issues in the programme here was the Oracle software code.
And he continues, "It's now even more imperative that my managing director gets a view from the Japanese board on just how they feel this relationship is progressing. We would like to see if the meeting between Dave Smith and Richard can be brought forward to a date closer to the current August date. In the meantime, can I suggest you and I get together in person sometime next week and talk through where we are?" Were matters ever raised with the Japanese board along the lines proposed here?
My understanding is Richard was aware of the issues we were facing with Post Office and was supportive of a meeting with Mr. Smith and Mr. Young.
And are you aware of that taking place?
I vaguely recall that it did.
Could we please turn to FUJ 30962238? If we scroll down, please. Thank you. We can see Andy McLean. Who is Andy McLean?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay. He is emailing Gavin Bounds and raises issues with costs that are being incurred by the overrun. And if we scroll over to the first page, we're in the same time period, but we're actually slightly back in time now.
Okay.
We're on the 18th of June. This is American format, so
Okay.
it should be 18th of June 2010. And it's from Mr. Bounds to you, and he says, I'll be sending this to Andy McLean at the post office later today. And it's headed without prejudice. And he says, for example, we're greatly encouraged by the recent restart of the rollout, and we're hopeful the program will now move forward to a successful and uninterrupted conclusion. Despite this, it's acknowledged that getting to this point has caused us to move beyond the period covered by the last arrangements made regarding the schedule. And like you, we would like to discuss this to ensure our financial position is clear. I just want to read you that penultimate paragraph there. He proposed to say, I have had confirmation from Duncan regarding his and Mike Young's conversations. Unfortunately, no such agreement was reached. Just to be clear, while I can sympathise with the intention behind your suggestion, Fujitsu is not contractually liable in any way. Any measures agreed without prejudice would have to be very carefully considered. So you know such a precedent, if set by the Post Office to its sub-postmasters, might make Post Office liable for compensation to sub-postmasters in all future cases where the service is interrupted. Just pausing there, it seems though you've had a conversation with Mike Young about potentially providing some sort of compensation or money to those sub-postmasters who were affected by problems in the rollout. Is that right?
So my understanding is that Mr. Young and I had a conversation where we left with different views of the same conversation, and Mike was under the impression that we would pay compensation directly to sub-postmasters.
Yes. This draft being sent on a without prejudice basis, looking at this and looking at the earlier emails that I've taken you to, it seems as though in June of 2010 things were quite bad between yourselves and the Post Office, potentially leading even to litigation. Is that your recollection?
I don't know if at that time it would have been as tense as earlier on in 2010.
So there was a worse time in 2010.
The early part of 2010 was difficult for both organisations and for sub-postmasters.
And again, is that due to issues during the rollout,
Yes.
technical issues affecting sub-postmasters?
Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's an appropriate time to take our first afternoon break.
Okay,
If it could be for 10 minutes, please.
yeah. So where does that take us to?
10 to 3, please.
Yeah, fine, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Tait, just to summarise where we're at, we went to documents in 2009, and I think the position was that you recognise that there were complaints from sub-postmasters relating to integrity, and that you were broadly aware of those, albeit not necessarily paying much attention to the particular emails that I took you to. Is that right?
I think that's fair.
And then 2010, we've seen issues with the pilot and the rollout, and tensions between the Post Office and Fujitsu in respect of that.
That's also true.
Could we please turn now to FUJ 00174-378? We're still in 2010, but now we're in the summer of 2010. 22nd of July 2010, so a month after the documents that we were just looking at. And you sent an email from Gavin Bounds to yourself and others entitled Channel 4 documentary next week regarding Post Office and our Horizon system, heads up. And it says as follows: Post Office has just informed us that they are commenting back to Channel 4 on a documentary to be aired next Friday regarding the plight of a few sub-postmasters who have claimed that Horizon, our system, was the cause of financial irregularities that led to them losing their jobs. This appears to be related to Horizon and not HNGX, and also are not related to the service interruptions we experienced during March/April. Post Office will send us the comments they have made tomorrow. Verbally, Post Office have confirmed to us that these cases are known to them and they see no cause for concern. In case we are approached, as usual, we should refer all questions back to the Post Office PR team. Do you recall receiving this email?
I do not.
Do you recall in general terms there being a Channel 4 documentary in July 2010?
I didn't watch it.
Do you recall there being a documentary at that time, learning about it around that time?
I received the email, Mr. Blake, so I must have been aware at the time.
Mr. Bounds, he wasn't a technical expert at Fujitsu, was he?
No.
Could we please turn now to FUJ 00156-195? Very similar time. We're now on the 5th of August. And if we scroll down to the bottom of page 2, please. Thank you. We have an email from Roger Gilbert to yourself and Mr. Bounds, asking for yourself and Gavin to provide a brief on what follows below. Can you assist us with who is on the distribution list below, please? Where they are, which office they're in?
Sure. So Mr. Kamata was essentially Mr. Christou's chief financial officer. Brian Harris, I think, was at that point was previously Richard's CFO and was now in some type of business assurance role. I don't know who Matsuzawa-san is, Mr. Matsuzawa.
So are they based in the Japanese part of Fujitsu or based in the UK?
I think at that point, Mr. Kamata would have been based in London. Mr. Harris would also have been based in London. I don't know where Matsuzawa-san was. And the other Japanese people, I don't know. It looks like they were based in London.
Thank you.
Roger Gilbert was my boss in London. Steve Clayton was, I believe, Roger's CFO based in London. Richard Christou at that point was probably on his way to Japan, already being in Japan. And Philip Oliver, I believe, was also based in London.
Thank you. And the author says, although it's not clear if we're involved in this matter at the moment, I would like to work with Roger and his team to clarify what's going on. This article has already been picked up by Fujitsu Tokyo. We'll scroll down and see what the story is, but when it says picked up by Fujitsu Tokyo, typically how would that happen?
I guess Fujitsu Tokyo would either have picked up something in the media or would have been informed by Fujitsu in Europe, or very occasionally a customer might have written directly to senior executives in Japan.
If we scroll down, we can see that it's a news article. Post Office faces legal action over accounts IT. And it refers there to Accountancy Age. So it says Accountancy Age has learnt a group of sub-postmasters have joined together to bring legal action against the Post Office. Court papers are expected to be filed in the coming weeks. The action originates with the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance and is over the use of Fujitsu accounting software made for the Post Office by Fujitsu. A number of sub-postmasters have lost their positions over alleged accounting irregularities, while some have also faced fraud allegations in the courts. But the sub-postmasters claim the errors in the system in software are to blame. If we scroll down to the bottom of that page, it says the JFSA has expressed concern that the accounts of many sub-postmasters have not been examined for up to 8 years, which it believes would highlight the system's problems. At the bottom of the page, it says allegations about Horizon first appeared in October last year when 30 sub-postmasters came forward. And then it has at the bottom, in our view, so that's in Accountancy Age's view. If we scroll down, please, to the bottom of the page, in our view, rarely has there been a more pressing need for a forensic accountant to audit an accounting system. With a high court battle on the cards and various smaller courts around the country all calling for an audit, the Post Office now faces compelling claims to undertake a serious audit of its IT. The argument is becoming almost impossible to ignore. If we go back to page 2, please. Just below that, we have the CEO of Fujitsu sending this to yourself and to the COO, Gavin Bounds, asking for a brief. And then we have on page 1 the brief. And I'm going to take some time to take you through this email. So Mr. Bounds has sent it to you. Roger, Duncan, so to the CEO and to yourself. Summary, no cause for immediate concern. This is the latest in a long line, even preceding automation of articles and/or challenges to the Post Office regarding its accounting systems. And he sets out the Fujitsu position. Post Office owns relatively few of the actual Post Office branches in the UK, most of the branches being effectively franchises. Postmasters are mainly paid based on the number of transactions of each type that they perform. Post Office takes a fairly firm stance with any accounting discrepancies to prevent fraud, but there is a steady stream of court cases and almost weekly stories in the minor or local press covering these cases. Fujitsu is obligated to support Post Office, where requested to do so, by either providing system information to support the cases, or in some cases, expert witnesses to testify as to the measures within the system to ensure that the data being relied on is as originally entered. This has been going on for a number of years with little incident. As reported in the article, recently accused sub-postmasters have become more organised, and a case in West Byfleet is being used to test potential arguments. That's the prosecution of Seema Misra.
Yes.
We have been providing information and an expert witness at Post Office's direction. The outcome so far is understood to be that neither Post Office nor Fujitsu has been found to be at fault, although the judge has left open the possibility that there is an error that if there is an error anywhere, it is only likely to be in the processes which are post offices. The Defence Counsel is currently using this to request further system information, but the general view is that he is fishing for problems rather than having any particular proof of error. Next paragraph. Post Office is handling the case and all communications with the public. Post Office's position, validated yesterday and today, is that they are not going to respond to this article on the basis that Accountancy Age only has a small circulation, although they are also aware that it is on the web. Their view is that if they respond to every article on this topic, it only adds credence to the claim. Post Office also stated that they're confident that the integrity of the Horizon system is secure. They will always investigate every case that is raised by the sub-postmasters, and to date, they've never found the system to be flawed. If necessary, Post Office will fight each individual case through the courts. In all formal responses to the allegations, Post Office never mentions Fujitsu unless they are asked to provide an expert witness. I just want to read you this final paragraph. They did recently issue a private statement to Channel 4, so that's the Channel 4 program that was mentioned in that earlier email, which they withdrew a program they were planning on the subject. So the Channel 4 notification on the 22nd of July seems to not have taken place. It seems to have been withdrawn. This is included below and has been released to us on the basis that we do not circulate this beyond those executives with an immediate need to know. And this is the private statement that was released to Channel 4. As discussed, here's a copy of the statement that was sent to Channel 4 News the other week. I'm happy for you to use this in order to address the concerns of your executives in Japan. Just pausing there, do you recall concerns being raised by executives in Japan at this stage?
So I don't know. I'm assuming this refers to the Japanese people referenced in the email or in communication with the Post Office. I don't know.
Did you at this stage have any communications with executives in Japan about media?
I didn't, Mr. Blake, but my reporting line was through to Mr. Gilbert, then he reported to Richard Christou, and Richard Christou was on the executive committee of Fujitsu in Japan at that time.
However, I need to ask that this doesn't get circulated around Fujitsu or appear in any way in internal publications. This is because Channel 4 didn't run the article, so our statement hasn't been publicly released. And their statement said, virtually all UK's 12,000 post office branches operate entirely professionally using the Horizon system without any accounting discrepancies and without accumulating abnormal debts. And it is clearly in the interests of both our customers and the vast majority of sub-postmasters that in the very few instances where there is evidence that the finances of a branch are not properly managed or where money goes missing, Post Office Ltd must fully investigate and take necessary action, including legal action in the last resort. The decision to prosecute is not taken lightly, and in every case where action had been taken, no court has found evidence to believe that the Horizon system's integrity to be deficient. Just pausing there, we're now in August 2010. By that stage, were you aware that Post Office was prosecuting sub-postmasters based on Horizon data?
Yeah, I'm not sure I was.
Even on receiving this?
Even on receiving this.
I'll read to you the final paragraph of that statement. They say, we are continuing to upgrade the system to make sure it meets the growing demands of the financial services products provided by today's post offices. Whilst implementing changes will inevitably have caused some inconvenience, it has not in any way affected the integrity of the system, which is fundamentally more accurate and less open to abuse than the old-fashioned paper-based system it replaced. Finally, Post Office Limited does not publish details of prosecutions or of sub-postmasters. And Mr. Bounds continues. He says, it's also worth noting that Horizon is due to be retired and replaced by Horizon Online in the next month or so. This is primarily for cost-saving reasons and was not driven by any technical problems with Horizon. This is unlikely to prevent similar investigations into the replacement system at a later stage. So, bringing everything that we've been looking at together, within your first year at Fujitsu, you were aware of complaints from sub-postmasters relating to Horizon integrity, correct?
Yes.
You were aware of publicity in trade magazines and in other articles as well.
Yes.
You were aware of Fujitsu providing some support to the post office, albeit unclear the extent of that support.
Yes.
It didn't register with you that that included prosecution support at that stage, is that right?
Also true.
And I think in your witness statement, you've said that you only vaguely recall this particular issue. Is that right?
That is also right.
Given that it's been raised, picked up by Fujitsu in Tokyo, given all of the detail that we see here, why do you think it was not a significant issue on your particular agenda?
Because if I go back to the emails when I first joined the company, it's evident from the Chief Operating Officer of the Post Office that he says Horizon is great, stable, and the users have nothing but praise for it. You can see that in some of the documents you provided for me. The Susie Kirkham note is clear that that Fujitsu has a strong body of evidence. There are no integrity issues. And then when you get each of these events, like the Channel 4 program you referred to and this, it's made clear by senior executives inside Fujitsu, and I think also, when I've said from the customer, that there is no issue.
In quite a few places in your witness statement, you rely on assurances from the post office that there aren't issues.
Yeah.
Isn't that looking at it from the wrong way round?
No, I don't believe it is.
We saw, for example, in 2009, Gareth Jenkins providing that Fujitsu integrity report. So there's certainly information going from Fujitsu to the post office to reassure them about the integrity of Horizon. So isn't saying post office didn't raise any problems, isn't that the tail wagging the dog?
My view, Mr. Blake, is system integrity relies on two fundamental components. The first one is that the supplier must do their utmost to make sure that system works and to monitor it accordingly. And at the same time, it is the responsibility of the customer also to take seriously the issues that are raised by their customers. And when you put those two things together, as it did for the vast majority of customers that I engaged with, that worked. So it is the responsibility of both organizations to make sure that this system works and to engage with each other genuinely and openly when there are issues. And
in terms of your organization providing that reassurance, where were you getting that from?
Well, I was getting that up the line. But if I take a step back, so I could have been made aware of integrity issues in a number of ways. So our governance processes, through escalations up through the line, either the technical line or the business line that reported to me. And I was getting blanks from each of those particular lines where I could have been alerted, or more to the point, I was being given a reassurance.
Who by?
Well, you can see some of the names we've discussed so far that have been referenced in the documents so far today.
We'll look at more, but let's say at this stage, who in particular are you getting reassured by?
Well, I'd say so far, principally, you can see two people. You can see Mr. Bounds and you can see Mr. Young.
So Mr. Bounds from the Fujitsu side, Mr. Young from the post office side?
Yes.
Could we please turn to FUJ 00174417? We're now in February 2011. You're still managing director. You haven't yet become CEO at this stage.
That's right.
An email from Mr. Young to yourself and also to Stephen Long, and it says, guys, I need you to take a look at this if you haven't seen the programme already. and he forwards you the link to the Inside Out South programme. And he says this: undoubtedly, Horizon integrity remains a core to our safe operation, and to date, nothing has surfaced that suggests there is any evidence that the system is flawed in any way. Can we briefly just talk through these latest developments? Now, first of all, guys, quite an informal, close relationship, it seems.
I'm not sure I would call my relationship with Mr. Young close in a chummy way, and you can see from some of the documentation this morning that it was the opposite of that at times.
By this time, it seems... Who was Stephen Long? Can you remind us?
So, if my memory serves me correctly, at this point, Mr. Bounds has moved off the post office account post the successful deployment of Horizon Online, and is doing another role inside the private sector division, and he has been replaced by Mr. Stephen Long.
Thank you. The Inside Out South report is the Nick Wallace report, where it begins with looking at Seema Misra's case, so the case that we've already seen referenced in that email. She was in prison at the time, has her husband crying in that programme. It then moves on to Jo Hamilton's case and interviews her. Complaints about your product, the Horizon system. Also interviews with parliamentarian James Arbuthnot expressing his concerns. I think you've said in your statement that you don't recall watching that programme. Is that right?
That is right.
Again, the managing director of a company that provides a system that is at the centre of the complaints, a link to a BBC article. So not just now a small trade magazine of any sort, a respected national broadcaster.
Yes.
Why is it that you wouldn't have looked at that?
I think it's in that the paragraph just underneath the link to the iPlayer in the second paragraph, in the second line, you can see. Well, sorry. Let me read. Nothing has surfaced that suggests there is any evidence that the system is flawed in any way. And Mr. Blake, this isn't from someone relatively junior in the post office. This is the chief operating officer of the post office.
But the reporting is about your product. How is it that you don't have curiosity about what the BBC are saying about your own product, irrespective of what the client is saying?
Mr. Blake, I think I showed curiosity in my job day to day, and had this have had a sense in here that I should have dug further, after being reassured now on several occasions there were no issues. This does not tell me, Duncan, you need to look further, you need to take a deeper look into this. Particularly, I'm being reassured by a very senior customer.
We saw at the very beginning that chart that showed the important customers for Fujitsu, the £30 million plus customers, a very small number of customers. Was there regular reporting about your other customers that's critical of your product?
I would have issues raised to me quite regularly, and depending on how they came to me and my assessment then from what I saw, I would intervene. I intervened during this period of time, personally, on a very serious issue with Thomson Reuters, which meant that we ended up between the two of us cancelling our agreement. I remember another issue with a customer where there had been one issue in an account balance in about 10 years that was escalated to me. And that was one issue in 10 years. And we resolved that issue within about 3 weeks.
And had those been raised by Computer Weekly, you being a computer firm? Had they been raised by the BBC, the national broadcaster?
On the second example I gave to you then, no, it hadn't, because the customer had spotted the issue with an account balance and brought it to Fujitsu's attention. On the first matter, I believe that the Thomson Reuters issues were in certain trade press but I can't recall.
And here we are, the BBC having an entire episode dedicated to the cases of sub-postmasters, including one who was currently in prison. On reflection, was that not a link that you should have pressed? Not just in hindsight, but simply knowing what you knew at the particular time.
I wished I had looked at this. It might have given me a different perspective. But at the time, both through the line through to me, and the line from the customer to me, and our business assurance systems, there were no red flashing lights that said I should get involved any more than I did.
And do you not see that as a lack of curiosity at this time, given that you were sent that link?
No, because of the sentence that's immediately underneath the link.
I'm going to take you to some documents that are around the same kind of time so that we can see what was going on at Fujitsu around that time. Could we start with FUJ 30-81527? So this is the 11th of February. And it's a report that has been written by Gareth Jenkins on what is known as the receipts and payments mismatch bug. Introduction. The purpose of this note is to document a request we have had from Post Office in terms of presenting details of what happened as a result of a bug in Horizon Online in September 2010, which caused a receipts and payments mismatch and also resulted in discrepancies being lost. Just pausing there, before you made a distinction between issues relating to legacy Horizon and Horizon Online, now we have an issue with Horizon Online.
Okay.
Rollout has taken place by this time. The background to this is the fact that there was a BBC documentary broadcast on Monday, the 7th of February 2011, reporting on postmasters being unhappy about being pursued for losses by postmasters on Horizon. It should be noted that the issues described here relate to Horizon Online and that the implementation of the accounting mechanisms in the two systems is totally different, but they do produce the same reports and support the same business process. If we go over the page, there's a summary of what the receipts and payments mismatch is. The first bullet point says there will be a receipts and payments mismatch corresponding to the value of discrepancies that were lost. Note that if the user doesn't check their final balance report carefully, they may be unaware of the issue, since there's no explicit message when a receipts and payments mismatch is found on the final balance. And then 3 bullet points. The local suspense will have no knowledge of this specific discrepancy. The opening figures for discrepancies in the new period will be 0 rather than the actual value of the discrepancy. And third, the data used for the BTS will also have a 0 value for discrepancies at the end of the period. When the BTS is produced, this will result in a similar receipts and payments mismatch. And at the bottom of the page here, it says the problem appears to have affected 62 branches and details have been provided to Post Office Limited of all the BTS and SU rollover reports for these branches until they were clear of the issue. Looking at this, it seems as though certainly Fujitsu were aware of a bug that affected accounting integrity in 62 branches. Would you accept that?
Yes.
Was there something that you were aware of at the time?
I was not.
Could we please turn to poll 30-28838? This is an earlier report from 2010 on the same issue, the receipts and payments mismatch issue. Can you assist us in terms of the attendees? Were there any there who were sufficiently senior to report to you?
No.
We can see, for example, Mike Stewart, Fujitsu SDM. Can you assist us with what the SDM might be?
That, I believe, stands for Service Delivery Manager.
Thank you. So none of those people would report to you. Would they in some way be in the reporting line to you, though?
This is in 2010, I think you were saying. No, the way Fujitsu UK was structured then was that the technical resources worked for outside of my line. So they reported, there were two divisions that I think were relevant to Post Office. There was the applications division, and there was a division called core. These were all the technical and the monitoring people who run the services. They're based in those two divisions. I run private sector, and those three divisions report directly to Mr. Gilbert. So the technical people would not report to me until I was made CEO of Fujitsu.
So up until April 2011, they wouldn't report to you, but by April 2011, they would all report to you.
That is true.
Yes. This is detailed in the other note that I've taken you to, the later note, but I'll just go through a few points in this, and it's a document the inquiry is very familiar with. What is the issue? Discrepancies showing at the horizon counter disappear when the branch follows certain process steps, but will show within the back-end branch account. This is currently impacting 40 branches, so in 2010 it was only 40 branches, and then the number seems to have grown on investigation.
Okay.
Could we go over the page, please? Impact. The branch has appeared to have balanced, whereas in fact they could have a loss or a gain. Our accounting systems will be out of sync with what is recorded at the branch. If widely known, could cause a loss of confidence in the Horizon system by branches. Potential impact upon ongoing legal cases where branches are disputing the integrity of Horizon data. It could provide branches ammunition to blame Horizon for future discrepancies. If we scroll down, we see there various solutions that are proposed, and one that the inquiry has looked at in quite a lot of detail is that first solution, solution 1, and that was alter the Horizon branch figure at the counter to show the discrepancy. Fujitsu would have to manually write an entry value to the local branch account. Impact. When the branch comes to complete next trading period, they would have a discrepancy, which they would have to bring to account. Risk. This has significant data integrity concerns and could lead to questions of tampering with the branch system and could generate questions around how the discrepancy was caused. This solution could have moral implications of Post Office changing branch data without informing the branch. Now, this is the 2010 document, and we've also seen the 2011 document.
Yes.
As managing director in 2010 or as CEO in 2011, would you have expected that the receipts and payments mismatch issue would have been brought to your attention?
I would expect discrepancies of this nature to have been raised up the line inside Fujitsu, yes.
And would you have been expecting them to be raised along the line to you?
Yes.
And is that both in 2010 and in 2011?
Yes.
Why do you think it was that it wasn't raised with you?
I do not know that, and it looks. And Mr. Blake, if I can just make sure I understand the document correctly, this also looks like this is Post Office personnel on here as well as Fujitsu personnel.
That's correct.
And that could have triggered an escalation either up the customer organisation or up the Fujitsu line.
Yes. And doesn't appear to have.
No.
We're still looking at exactly the same time period. Could we please turn to FUJ 00156-432? So you'll recall the receipts and payments mismatch document from Gareth Jenkins was the 11th of February 2011.
Yes.
The first one that I took you to. I'm going to sticking to the 11th of February 2011. And we have there another report that has been drafted by Gareth Jenkins. and this is in relation to an ongoing court case. And it says, I've been asked by Post Office Limited to produce a report to technical experts report to the court prepared by Charles McLachlan, a director of Atmosphere Consulting Limited, which I received on Thursday, the 11th of February, 2011. Now, I think it's your evidence that you had no idea at this time that that was going on, that Mr. Jenkins was assisting in court cases, providing evidence, responding to, in this case, an expert's report.
Yes.
That was the case of McHugh. Could we please turn to poll 003294333? We're still on the 11th of February. It seems quite a busy day. Poll 003294333. This is an a letter, produced by the Criminal Law Division of the Royal Mail Group to a defendant in a criminal case. So that's Miss McHugh, Carlisle Crown Court. As you are aware, when the matter was last before the court ordered a final defence expert report, etc. If we go down to the bottom of the page, it makes clear in this letter that although the prosecution and defence experts have endeavoured to produce a joint report, this cannot be agreed. So the experts have produced their reports and they're in disagreement about the Horizon system. Could we please turn to FUJ 001564443? We're still on the 11th of February. I'm not suggesting you saw this particular document at all. This is a Post Office correspondence or Royal Mail correspondence. Again, more Royal Mail correspondence, this time in the case of Humphrey. Same date. The letter says as follows: both defendants pleaded guilty on the 11th of December 2009. However, the calculation of the total loss was disputed, and the case proceeded to a trial of issue. And that finally came before the court, and it outlines there the sentence that was imposed. So Mr. Humphrey was sentenced to 27 months imprisonment. Mrs. Humphrey was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment. And if we scroll down, please, we can see in the letter, the lawyer from Royal Mail says, this is another case where Horizon was challenged, which resulted in a considerable amount of additional work by Gary Thomas. His efforts, together with those of Gareth Jenkins, Fujitsu, are evidenced by the successful outcome in this case. So it's very clear that on the 11th of February, or on or around the 11th of February, there is direct assistance from Fujitsu in relation to criminal prosecutions. And I think it's your evidence that you weren't aware of that.
That is also true.
Could we turn to FUJ 0015350? This is all, I mean, even this email, the end of this chain is the same date, the 11th of February 2011. So this is still while you are managing director of the private part of Fujitsu, with Post Office as one of your main clients.
Yes.
If we please turn to page 3, back to the 7th of February, so the day of the BBC broadcast. This is Penny Thomas. Did you know Penny Thomas?
No, I did not.
No. She, if we scroll down, was a security analyst at Fujitsu. She is emailing colleagues. If we scroll up, we can see to Gareth Jenkins and others. We've already seen Jean-Philippe Prenevost's name. I think he was a lawyer. Do you recognise any of those names at all?
I think the only name that would have been somewhat familiar at the time would be Guy Wilkerson.
And why would his name have been familiar?
I think he was based in London.
Penny Thomas says as follows. She says, there was an interesting article featured on the local radio station, BBC Surrey, this morning, and I listened while travelling to work. Misra, a convicted sub-postmistress, now pregnant and serving a jail sentence in Bronzeville Prison for theft and false accounting from the West Byfleet Post Office, and 55 other sub-postmasters/mistresses are planning to take civil action against the Post Office because of the flawed accounting system used at the Post Office outlets. There are to be 6 test cases. South Warnborough was identified as one. There was an emotional interview with Devinder Misra, the husband, who stated that the system was losing money right from the very beginning. They couldn't find the problem, and neither could the auditor who was sent from the Post Office. A spokesman for the Post Office stated that the Horizon system was absolutely accurate and reliable at all times. Robust testing procedures have been undertaken. Jonathan Lord, MP for Woking, is concerned and will ensure a full financial investigation, absolutely independent, is carried out. He stated that the process which the Post Office employed where discrepancies arose should be fair and conducted in a prompt and proper way. These Post Office procedures are to be looked at closely. If we scroll up, we can see that Jean-Philippe Prenevost has sent that on to David Jones, who was the head of legal at Fujitsu. Is that right?
I think the head of legal at that time would have been David Roberts, and Mr. Jones would have reported directly to him, I think.
Thank you. And he says, further to Penny's email below, we've been informed that the Post Office are making noises about commissioning an independent evaluation of the Horizon system, with a view presumably to putting all integrity issues to bed once and for all. The team is not at all inclined to accept this request, especially bearing in mind that the system is now defunct, but they have sought official guidance on how they should be dealt with the request, how they should deal with the request. Given the link with ongoing/potential litigation, are there any particular issues you would be concerned about and would like to raise at this stage? So Penny Thomas from the security analyst has heard the BBC report. Were you aware, I think you said you weren't even aware of the report other than the link being sent to you, is that right?
That is right.
Were you aware at this stage of the Post Office making noises about commissioning an independent evaluation of the Horizon system?
I was not.
Is that surprising, given that you were the managing director of a division where Post Office was one of your key clients?
Well, I had regular meetings with Post Office, as I think the inquiry can see, and I would have imagined they would have brought that up with me.
Is it strange that a lawyer within Fujitsu would be aware of that, but you would not be?
I don't know, Mr. Blake. You'd have to ask them.
If we scroll up, please. Email from David Jones saying, hi, have you looked at the contract and our security service obligations? I expect there'll be some cooperation obligations. Who is making the request from the Post Office, and is it at the right level of engagement? We scroll up above. Hi, David. The suggestion, I understand it has not been officially requested, has come directly from Mike Young, the highest level of engagement. We are, of course, aware of the contractual obligations, and as this does not form part of them, the team would be more interested in any other considerations. So it seems as though the request has come directly from Mike Young. He was one of your direct liaisons, wasn't he?
Yes.
So how is it that you were not aware of that at this time?
I don't know.
I mean, something seems to have gone fundamentally wrong at Fujitsu for this level of information not to be provided to you, hasn't it?
I would have expected Mike to come to me or the then leader of the Post Office account from Fujitsu with that request.
And is it likely that he did go to the leader of the post office account and it simply hasn't, for some reason, been raised with you?
There is a possibility of that, but I just don't know.
If we scroll up, the response is, you are aware that we have or had a banking indemnity in place that would mean, if I recall it properly, that if the outcome of the investigation were adverse, that Fujitsu might have some liability to the post office. So pausing there, as managing director, would it not have been important for you to have been aware that potentially Fujitsu was on the line for some liability in respect of these issues?
I think our view, certainly my view, would have been if there was an issue with the software that's causing account balance issues, which then leads to people being prosecuted, it didn't matter what the consequences were, we should have got to the root cause of that.
And why, as at 11th of February 2011, do you think that wasn't happening?
I do not know.
Then he raises clause 16, which 16.3 says Fujitsu Services shall offer all reasonable assistance to Post Office in preventing fraudulent use of the services, the HMGX development, the associated change development, the Horizon service infrastructure, and the post-shop infrastructure by Post Office's employees and agents. Surely this means we can't refuse their request in any event. So it certainly looks though within the legal team they think that if the Post Office are requesting an independent investigation, you couldn't refuse that request. If we scroll up, there's just discussion of whether or not that means that the Fujitsu can refuse.
Okay. Mr. Blake, I think around this time, if I may, I was also involved in a negotiation with another customer that did involve Fujitsu exiting an account and cost about £38 million. It was the right thing to do for both the customer and for Fujitsu. It generally takes a more rounded view to come to a conclusion than a purely legal view.
And what is the relevance of that?
Well, the relevance of that is that where there were issues, Fujitsu faced up to them.
But it seems, from your account, you weren't aware of the issues.
I was not aware of this.
I mean, we've seen article after article after article. How can it be that at this stage you weren't aware? What went wrong?
It is difficult to it's difficult to say for me to comment. We had good governance in place. We had good open lines of communication with the customer. We had the opportunity to escalate up and down the organisation. So difficult for me to say.
And you've got here people who were actually involved in the prosecution of sub-postmasters. So we've got Gareth Jenkins, Penny Thomas, all in this email chain, all aware of the BBC reporting. So they had been involved in Seema Misra's case, as an example.
Right.
How can it be that somebody from that team didn't raise it up to the managing director?
I do not know how it did not come to my attention, nor up the other line to the then CEO of Fujitsu, or to Roger's attention either.
We've looked at a lot of correspondence from the 11th of February. I'm going to stay with the 11th of February, and I want to look at correspondence that was actually going to Paula Vennells at the Post Office.
Okay.
So could we start with FUJ 00174418? And all this is the covering email. You've seen the draft letter to Paula Vennells. You address it in your witness statement.
Okay.
FUJ 00174418 is simply a covering email from Charles Matcham, who was within your division, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
Draft letter to Paula. Needs work, but you get the idea, and it's sent to you and others. And then I'd like to take you, so that's the 11th, same day, 11th of February 2011. So the same day as all of these other things that I've
Yes.
been showing you were going on. Day when Gareth Jenkins wrote those 2 reports that we've seen.
Yes.
Day when there's various discussions going on about an independent investigation being carried out and whether that has to take place. The day when Royal Mail is drafting memos about success being down to, amongst other things, Gareth Jenkins' efforts from Fujitsu. Let's look at the draft letter. That's at FUJ 00174419. Dear Paula, I thought the timing was appropriate to write to you and inform you of our plans and objectives for the account and take the opportunity to introduce the 2 senior executives appointed to support your business and lead on behalf of Fujitsu. Continues, I won't read it all, but perhaps we'll look at the paragraph that begins back in August 2010. I attended a video conference with your predecessor. Amongst other important matters, a paper previously submitted to David was discussed and endorsed. The brief document set out the principles of working jointly to explore the mutual benefits of developing our existing Horizon online contract to ensure future alignment to Post Office strategic plan. So discussing potential future avenues of business. Yes. Fujitsu has proactively invested in the development of a compelling proposal through a dedicated team working out of our Centre of Excellence in Slough. Our intention is to present our proposition to you in early March and gain your agreement. To facilitate this, Fujitsu has assigned 2 senior executives, and then it goes into or proposes that a brief summary of their experience and expertise is set out. And if we scroll over the page, you can see it's been drafted in your name. I think you say in your witness statement that you recall sending a letter along these lines.
I do.
Yes. The focus in that letter is on future work together, isn't it?
It is.
There's nothing in there about recent press reporting of the type that we've just been seeing.
I agree.
There's nothing in there about complaints from sub-postmasters about accounting integrity or anything along those lines. Is that right?
That is right.
Nothing in there about prosecution support.
That is also right.
Could we please turn to poll 000175555? I'm sticking now with what you might call general picture at the time. You're not copied into this email. This isn't something you would have seen at the time. But just to see the kind of work that on the 14th of February, so a few days later, Gareth Jenkins was involved in. We're still on the case of McHugh. And he is referring to the expert reports. And he says, that is the information I've given to Charles about Calendar Square. Were you aware of the Calendar Square bug at this time?
No.
I've not sent him anything further since it's irrelevant to this case, as he accepts. However, his point is that if we had an accounting discrepancy in Calendar Square, then that implies that it is possible to have an accounting discrepancy in Rinkfield, which is the particular branch.
Okay.
I have to accept that that is possible. However, the Calendar Square issue as such is irrelevant in Rinkfield, and this is accepted by Charles. So an acceptance there by Mr. Jenkins that the bug in Calendar Square is essentially relevant insofar as it implies that it's possible to have an accounting discrepancy elsewhere, even if that particular bug is not the one in play.
Okay.
Okay. But these weren't issues that you were in any way aware of in 2011.
You are right.
Could we turn to poll 000175555? Sorry, Actually, I'm going to move on to, so you became CEO in April of that year.
Of 2011, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Blake, I'm getting a bit anxious about when the second break is.
Yes, that is actually a convenient time, so
Yeah.
we could take it
That's
now.
no, yeah.
Could we come back just before 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, 3 minutes to 4, please. I need those 3 minutes, if that's okay. Thank you. Mr. Tait, I'm going to move to 2012, so about a year into your time as CEO. Could we please look at FUJ 001685511? th of April 2012. Gavin Bell, who is, I think, a member of the client executive team, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. He has met Paula Venables on the train and spoke about a number of points. And it's the third point that I'd like to draw your attention to. He says she then asked about some of the recent systems incidents and transaction integrity. I've provided a very high-level response of how the reconciliation service we provide catches any issues and offered her and Leslie Sewell a visit to Bracknell to meet the team. She then went on to say that she has had inquiries from Oliver Letwin MP and James Arbuthnot about system outages and a freedom of information request on a particular sub-postmaster. She said she might invite Duncan to a meeting with these MPs when she meets them next. Do you recall that within that first year of your time as CEO, the key client was raising issues to do with Horizon integrity?
If that question, Mr. Blake, is do I recall this conversation with Mr. Bell? I do.
Yes. And did that make you take any additional steps? I mean, we've heard that no investigation had taken place at Fujitsu up until that point. Did that trigger any particular investigations?
Again, I think if you read the second sentence in that paragraph, it's provided a very high-level response about how the reconciliation service catches any issues. So I think from reading that sentence, that doesn't say to me that we need to take any further investigation.
But if your key client raises in that particular conversation issues with transaction integrity, was that not something, given all the history we've been through already, something to look into a bit further at that stage?
If Mrs. Venables was not satisfied with Mr. Bell's response to her questions, I believe they were on the train, then she could have come directly to me.
Could we turn to FUJ 001685523? We're still in June. We're in June 2012. At the bottom email, please. Urgent, Post Office, BBC. You email Simon Carter. Who is Simon Carter?
By then, I believe Simon Carter would have been the head of marketing for Fujitsu UK.
There's an article on BBC regarding Post Office and concerns over the Horizon system. It's an old allegation, which I believe is totally false. However, it's on the news. Can you alert the IB? What was IB?
That was the Fujitsu was split in essentially then into Japan and outside of Japan, and the bit outside of Japan was called International Business, or IB.
Can you alert the international business and Japanese teams, please? I suggest we ensure we're aligned with Post Office press team and also should have a draw statement ready to go. Draw statement, is that suggesting not something new but a standard statement?
I think it is a pre-prepared statement is the way I understand draw statements.
It's an old allegation which I believe is totally false. Did you at that point instigate any new investigations internally?
Well, I don't believe as a result of this, no.
That's another BBC report, national report on Horizon and integrity. I'm going to take you to another report 6 months later. Could we please turn to FUJ 00174576? News summary, if we scroll down, sticking to that page, Wednesday, the 2nd of January, Computer Weekly. Post Office admits the Horizon system needs more investigation. Years of struggle from campaign groups has forced the Post Office to look again at a computer system which has been blamed for sub-postmasters being wrongly accused of false accounting. Despite numerous complaints, the Post Office has consistently stated that there is no fault with the Horizon system, but sub-postmasters claim problems with the technology could be generating unexplained losses. We see at the top of the page, please, an email from yourself to Helen Lamb. Who was Helen Lamb?
Helen Lamb, at that point, would have been running a division called Business and Application Services, which is where the Horizon code would have been run out of.
Helen, what's this poll stuff about, please? Do you recall the answer to that?
I don't recall the answer. I vaguely recall sending the email, but I don't recall the answer.
In your statement and today, I'll read a few passages from your statement.
Okay.
You know the evidence you've given today, but you said, for example, I received repeated assurances, Post Office was confident, internally and Post Office reassured you.
Yes.
We've seen here article after article, mentions of members of Parliament, BBC, Computer Weekly, you being a computer company. Did you ever, in that period, seek to investigate whether there were any substance in those reports? A significant investigation, not just reassurance from an individual.
Yes. Mr. Blake, I'd go back to what I said before. That when I joined, I had the Kirkham email that stated no issues. The email from Mr. Bounds after his meeting with Mr. Young that said Horizon was great, stable, and the users only had praise for it. And then when each of these media events happened during 2010, early 2011, you can see in those, in each one of those, it is no cause for concern, no cause for immediate concern, no flaws in the software from Mr. Young's email to me in early 2011. It would have been unusual, I think, to have conducted further research at that point when you had that level of reassurance.
But why would the national media be so wrong about it? I mean, it's like Groundhog Day. It's year after year after year, exactly the same thing comes up. There's a national report about Horizon integrity, and all there is an email with a line that says everything's okay. Why wouldn't you, as managing director and then CEO, not actually put in place a significant investigation into that issue?
Mr. Blake, we had good governance in place. We had delivery assurance in place. We had assurance teams to govern new customer opportunities and the extensions of Horizon over time. We had audit and risk committees in place, and each one of these could have brought to the attention of the Fujitsu CEO prior to me and during my period that we needed to do something about it. Now, with hindsight, we absolutely should have done something about it because the media were absolutely spot on.
Could we please turn to FUJ 00168649? That summer there was a meeting with Paula Venables. Detailed below is a readout from the meeting between Duncan and Paula last night. I don't need to take you into any detail in that. I mean, there's no mention there of Horizon integrity issues. Is that likely? Is that your recollection of those kinds of discussions you had with Paula Venables?
Yes, what you're saying is true.
Again, it's very much focused on new initiatives, looking forward, rather than looking back at past problems.
Pretty much. I think in the operations section, you can see that Paula praised the high quality of our operational performance. So that is a here and now comment, not about the future.
Thank you. Could we turn to FUJ 001746662? And this is the briefing note for that meeting. There's a section on business as usual operations. If we scroll down, new initiatives, scroll down, CSR. There's a section on risk over the page, priorities and then risks. Nothing in the risks section about issues with Horizon integrity or complaints from politicians or the media. The only point in this that relates to those kinds of concerns is the very bottom. We can see at the bottom of the page there's reference to second sight. A number of queries have been raised, all of which have been answered, no irregularities identified. One allegation is proving more challenging, relating to a suggestion that alteration to the branch database holding sub-postmaster balances could be made on Fujitsu premises, so that's the remote access issue. We've been asked to provide further details related to systems, controls, access, and audit records for balance corrections. This will be available next week. So again, no significant issues being raised in that meeting. Do you recall any meeting between yourself and Paula Venables at which serious issues relating to complaints from sub-postmasters or relating to the integrity of Horizon were raised?
The time I recall would have been when Ms. Venables said that she had complaints around integrity and would have to commission an independent review.
And what was your response to that?
Well, this goes back, Mr. Blake, to what I said would have happened with other customers, that if they had concerns over integrity, that would have been a very sensible thing to do. And that, I mean, I don't recall the exact details of the conversation, but the Fujitsu would provide assistance as necessary.
Could we turn to FUJ 00174708, please? It's the bottom of the page. We're now in July 2013. And there is a report from your meeting. It says, Duncan met Paula Venables this morning to discuss the role of Horizon in the Post Office's future strategy and the IPR issue. As part of that, Duncan shared the contents of his brief, including Horizon is an invested and stable platform, very low cost, Second Sight has shown it to be safe, secure, benchmarked. We have an industry littered with disasters of service outages, programs taking twice as long as planned with massive costs, where organizations have replaced systems. There was quite a lot of discussion around this, and Paula said, that all sounds good, but why did my team tell me that working new reference data through the system takes a long time and the platform is not agile? And then it sets out some responses. Just pausing there, do you recall ever giving bad news to Paula Venables about the integrity of the Horizon system, or bugs, errors, and defects with the Horizon system?
I don't think any of my briefs gave me data that would have pushed back on Ms. Venables in that regard. I think you can see, Mr. Blake, in other conversations that Ms. Venables and I had, that they were robust.
As robust as the system? When you say they were robust, I mean, look, let's look at that penultimate sentence. I'm not sure if this is a difficult task or not. As you all appreciate, we have to respond to this with some urgency, and the story needs to be good. The suggestion being that one of your most important clients needs to be told a good story, and that there is some reluctance within the company to share bad news. Was that something you experienced or not?
No, we had very robust conversations between the two organisations. And my understanding, this here refers to the agility of the system.
We can see the response. That's at FUJ 00174721. Paula, thank you for taking the time to meet me on Thursday. This is 8th of July. Overnight pricing changes are now possible. We also have made good progress opening up Horizon. And then I'll take you to the final paragraph. As I followed up on the questions you raised, it became evident to me that close collaboration between our teams is working well. Horizon is evolving at pace to better position the Post Office for enhancing agility and growth, Therefore, it might be worth organising a briefing for your key executives on Horizon's new capability and planned enhancements. It's again looking to the future and what can be achieved from Horizon. Given all the things that we've discussed, all those newspaper articles, media reports, why do you think it is that we don't see those kinds of matters being raised in depth and discussed between you, real concerns, you reassuring Ms. Venables, for example, about issues of system integrity? Do you think those exist, those emails?
I don't know, Mr. Blake. Can I just check the date of this exchange?
This is the 8th of July 2013.
8th of July 2013. Okay. But and the second site investigation is up and running at this time.
Yes.
And I have, the previous month, had an email from a James Davidson that talks about the initial findings from second site. And it is another reassurance for me about how Horizon is working.
But these are all external assurances. Nothing within Fujitsu, nothing has been set in train within Fujitsu to investigate those various complaints, and nothing being passed from you to Ms. Venables about reassurances regarding the system. I mean, let's look at the response. If we turn to FUJ 00174-724, 8th of July. This is the response at the bottom that's been sent on Paula Venables' behalf. The series of emails that the inquiry has seen to date are all looking at small improvements, perhaps looking at future work together, but there doesn't seem, certainly from what we've seen so far, to be any detailed correspondence between yourself and your equivalent at the post office about these Horizon integrity issues. Is that, do you think, because they don't exist or because we haven't yet seen them and they do exist? What is your recollection of this period of time?
I don't believe there is email correspondence between Ms. Venables and I regarding integrity issues, but I don't know.
And what about the media reporting and those issues that are raised there, complaints from sub-postmasters? Do you think that was ever discussed in depth with your, with Ms. Venables?
I don't believe that was discussed between me and Ms. Venables.
And the various emails that we've seen today about bugs, errors and defects, you've said you weren't even aware of them, let alone being able to pass those on to Ms. Venables.
I agree.
Two very quick topics. The first is prosecution support.
Before we get there, Mr. Blake,
yes.
The 8th of July, actually, Mr. Tait, is the date that Second Sight published its interim report. Was that sent to you on or about that date?
I've never seen the report, only a feedback from members of my team based upon what post office personnel I think Ms. Shule had given them.
Right, all right, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Blake, carry on.
No, not at all. Prosecution support. Did you know that Fujitsu provided what we know as ARQ data, audit data, to the post office?
Not until after I left Fujitsu.
What was your understanding of the role of Gareth Jenkins while you were at Fujitsu?
I was not aware of Mr. Jenkins's role while I was at Fujitsu.
Could we turn to poll 00382242, please? This is a post office document, so I don't expect you to have seen this document, but it is a brief for a meeting with yourself on the 11th of November 2013. I believe you've only seen it very recently. It's the final page I'd like to take you to. And the last 2 paragraphs. Were you aware of something called Project Sparrow at the Post Office?
I don't believe so.
And within this brief, it says the Post Office criminal law team needs to find an independent expert to give evidence about the Horizon system, which was previously provided by Fujitsu's Gareth Jenkins. Leslie and Susan Crichton have raised this with Fujitsu. The legal team have a meeting arranged with Fujitsu to discuss this requirement. This will happen on the 21st of November. Following this, we will have a better understanding of Fujitsu's view, any impacts, and what the next steps will be. First of all, do you recall a meeting on the 11th of November 2013?
I don't know. I do remember at the time where we had an issue with this home phone and broadband contract that was causing a great deal of tension between Post Office and Fujitsu.
And do you recall, I think you've said you don't even recall any issues with Gareth Jenkins. Do you recall at a meeting anybody raising with you the need for a new independent expert?
I do not.
Remote access, and I can deal with that very briefly. You address it at paragraph 102 of your witness statement. I'm not going to turn to that. When did you first become aware of the ability for Fujitsu to remotely access sub-postmasters' branch accounts?
Well, it's like I would say in systems like this, having a facility called remote access or privileged access would have been necessary because problems can occur in systems like this that will need fixing. So I'd say generally aware from when I first became involved in Fujitsu.
Could we turn to FUJ 00174422? I'm just going to take you to 2 documents from 2011.
Okay.
This email is the 1st of June 2011. Do you recall in 2011 Ernst & Young recommending a review of what was called privileged access?
I recall Ms. Venables asking me for our organisation to take action against the EY audit in preparation for her next board meeting.
So we have, in this email that's sent to you, the audit referred to in Mike Young's mail was part of the annual audit carried out by Post Office, on Post Office by Royal Mail Group auditors, Ernst & Young. It sets out the main points. It says, in general, Ernst & Young was satisfied with the robust user management processes for HNGX system access. However, observations were made of the user management processes, specifically with regard to the segregation of duties between developer and system administrator roles. It was recommended that a review of privileged access is undertaken and that the process around user management are strengthened. You in your statement, you then refer to another document. I'll just take you to that. It's FUJ 00174428. And it's a reference to a meeting with Paula Venables. It says for info, if we scroll down slightly, it says, DT is meeting Paula Venables and Mike Young on the 18th of August. The agenda is the Ernst & Young audit. It was a key challenge for Ernst & Young to audit a shared service generally. We were really proactive in helping them through this. You recall having a meeting with Paula Venables to discuss this issue?
I'm not sure I do, but I do recall Ms. Venables raising the EY audit with me and asking Fujitsu to resolve the issues prior to her next board meeting.
And I think you say in your statement that you tasked Mr. Bounds with this, is that right?
Yes.
And were you aware of that review actually taking place?
The EY review or the consequent Fujitsu review?
The consequent Fujitsu review.
My understanding is that that review and the actions were put in place and successfully executed.
Who do you recall carrying out the review?
I do not know who conducted the review.
Did you see the review once it had been completed?
I did not.
Did you check to make sure that it had been undertaken?
I did.
You did?
I believe so. I would have managed this by exception, and if Mr. Bounds or the team had issues, then they would have spoken to me about it.
So is it likely that there will be a document in existence that is, around this time, reviewing the issue of privileged access?
My understanding is there should be some documentation that shows Fujitsu taking action based upon the EY report, though I'm not sure I've seen it, Mr. Blake.
Thank you. One final document, it's poll 3024828. And if we could start on page 5, please. The inquiry has seen quite a lot of correspondence about the issue of remote access in 2014, 2015, and we can see on page 5 a response from 2014 that had been provided by Fujitsu, and the summary is set out just below. In the first, I'll just read out the first bullet point, and that's a summary of Post Office's understanding of the position based on the responses that have been provided below from Fujitsu. There is no ability to delete or change records a branch creates in either Old Horizon or Horizon Online. Transactions in both systems are created in a secure and auditable way to assure integrity and have either a checksum or a digital signature, are time-stamped, have a unique sequential number, and are securely stored via the core audit process in the audit vault. Were you aware of a dispute between the Post Office and Fujitsu about the information that Fujitsu had given relating to remote access?
I was not.
And if we scroll up, we can see there's an email, an internal email within Post Office. So again, you wouldn't have seen it. It's page 4, the bottom of page 4. It's an email from Jane McLeod to Andrew Parsons, who was an internal lawyer to external lawyer. And she says as follows. Separately, Paula has suggested that she speaks to the UK CEO of Fujitsu, Duncan Tait, and my suggestion would be that she alerts him to the fact and timing of the response letter. This is a response letter in the litigation.
Okay.
Notes that the question of remote access is still a live issue, a major concern to the claimants. Notes the work being undertaken by Deloitte to review access rights and controls. Expresses the desire that Fujitsu continue to work constructively with Deloitte, and flags that if Deloitte work uncovers a different position to what Fujitsu and Post Office have publicly stated over the years, and we will need to consider carefully how to manage the impact. Okay. Did a conversation ever take place with Paula Venels relating to remote access?
I've no recollection of that conversation.
Were you aware at all of the issue of the Post Office placing blame on Fujitsu for giving an incorrect answer in relation to the issue of remote access?
Not to my recollection.
My final couple of questions. The litigation more broadly, were you aware of Gareth Jenkins's role in the civil action, the group litigation?
No, I was not.
Did you ever have any discussions with anybody about whether he should or should not be, for example, a witness in that litigation?
I did not.
Had you experienced Fujitsu employees being concerned about being used to give evidence in that group litigation?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tait. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
There are 10 minutes of questions for Mr. Steen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tait, I'm going to take you to a document which is FUJ 000-80526. And can we go straight to page 5, please, of that document? Thank you. Now, this document is dated the 2nd of October 2009. It's drafted by Gareth Jenkins and titled Horizon Data Integrity, okay? It's a document we know you're familiar with as you dealt with it, as you were asked to look at it by the inquiry, and you refer to it at page 13, paragraph 36 of your statement, okay? Now, this document had a circulation list that included Susie Kirkham. You've mentioned a couple of times. She's someone that when you came into your role, she drew to your attention the fact that there were issues that were ongoing in the press in relation to claims about the integrity of the Horizon system. Okay?
Okay.
And we also know it's a document that is shared between between Fujitsu and the Post Office. All right. Now, this document, I'll summarise it. At no part of this document is a mention of software bugs, errors or defects. It pretty simply says things along the lines of, if you turn off the system and bring it back on, what happens? It is very technical in that sense.
Okay.
It doesn't deal with software issues or bugs. Now, did you notice that when you read through this document after it had been brought to your attention?
So, Mr. Steen, you're right. I only saw this in preparation for the inquiry. And it seems to be quite a technical document that describes how integrity is ensured in Horizon online, but I had no other recollection than that.
Right. Well, take it from me, it doesn't refer to software bugs. Now, your background work has been in relation to IT systems. Do you agree? Some
Yes.
time ago, but that's what you've done in the past. Now, all large-scale systems, such as Horizon, have software bugs, don't they?
They do.
Right. And in relation to the Horizon system, Fujitsu operated a service line at 4 levels. Part of those levels were to do with the fixing of software bugs, issuing patches, notifying the Post Office of those bugs as it went along. Do you agree?
I agree.
Right. So why do you think that this report from Mr. Jenkins does not mention bugs?
I have no idea, Mr. Steen. I think it would be a question for Mr. Jenkins.
Right. Well, let's go to the mismatch bug document, please. The document's familiar to this inquiry, POL 000028838. And can we go to the bottom of page 3 of that document? Can we have a look? Thank you. Solution 1. Can we just refer to that, please? Now, you'll see it's being said here that there are 3 potential solutions to apply to the impacted branches. And then the recommendation is that solution 2 should be progressed. Now, this is a joint meeting, as you pointed out to Mr. Blake, between the Post Office and Fujitsu, all right?
Yes.
It's not, as an example, a note of a meeting in a pub after a few drinks, okay? It's a proper meeting between 2 large organisations, one a worldwide brand and the other one is a very well-known UK brand. So let's have a look at the solutions. Solution 1, alter the branch, Horizon branch figure at the counter to show the discrepancy. Fujitsu would have to manually write an entry value to the local branch account. Impact. When the branch comes to complete next trading period, they would have a discrepancy, which they would have to bring to account. Risk. This has significant data integrity concerns and could lead to questions of tampering with the branch system and could generate questions around how the discrepancy was caused. This solution could have moral implications of Post Office changing branch data without informing the branch. All right? So we can see what's being said here. Let's put it fairly crudely, if you don't mind. This basically says one of the possible solutions could be let's fix the branch accounts without telling the branch sub-postmaster and see if we can get away with it. Now, is that what you expect of Fujitsu staff members, to even consider this as being an option?
No, it is not.
No. And try it the other way around. Are you slightly surprised about the Post Office considering this as a possible option in relation to fixing a branch account for one of their sub-postmasters?
I would give you the same answer.
Let's move further up the page, please, to the bottom of page 2, I think it is. Impact. Now, let's have a quick look at the impact section. So this is the impact of this branch. Now, the mismatch bug, we all know, I've described it in earlier questions for other witnesses, being a submarine bug. What I mean by that is it can affect branch accounts and it doesn't appear to be apparent to the sub-postmaster or mistress. So impact. The branch has appeared to have balanced, whereas in fact they could have a loss or a gain. Our accounting systems will be out of sync with what is recorded at the branch. If widely known could cause a loss of confidence in the Horizon system by branches. So this is not good news. Do you agree?
I agree.
All right. And it then goes on to say potential impact upon ongoing legal cases where branches are disputing the integrity of Horizon data. Now, given what we know about this document, which appears to include a possible fix, which, unless I'm very wrong, would lead to a conspiracy to false account between two large organizations, what this is saying is this, isn't it? That if this gets out, it's going to muck up legal cases where branches are correctly saying there's a problem with the system. We better not tell them, in other words. That's what's being considered between two important, well-known brands. How did that happen, Mr. Tait, under your lead?
I have no idea, Mr. Steen, but this is not how I would expect either organisation to work.
And you've been asked question after question by Mr. Blake here, who's been saying, well, what happened? What happened? Why weren't matters dealt with by your office? Why didn't you take notice of what was going on under your leadership? Now, there are two answers to this. Either you failed utterly in your leadership, or the staff beneath you failed utterly to tell you what was going on. Which answer would you prefer, your failure or your staff's failure?
I don't think it's a question of which I would prefer.
Which was it?
I think that from the documents that were given to me, I was reassured about Horizon.
Reassured by the same people, at least some of the same people, that were involved in relation to the mismatch bug and what was going on.
And I think Fujitsu executives and Post Office executives.
Thank you, Mr. Tait.
Thank you.
That it, Mr. Blake?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Then thank you very much, Mr. Tait, for providing your written evidence and for giving oral evidence during the course of the afternoon. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you, sir.
So tomorrow we have a potentially busy day again. Mr. Blake, I think Mr. Ward is first up, and he's remote. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Oh, it is correct,
That's
right.
correct.
All right then. 9:45 tomorrow.
Thank you very much, sir.